Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Friday, January 17, 2025. And this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by state their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner,
Joy Chance,
Ellen Zappo-Sasso.
Our Office of Victim Services is requesting Mr. Stephen Irish, 393-539, case to be continued to February 21st, 2025.
right. So I'm going to make a motion to accommodate the Office of Victim Services request for additional time. So we will continue Mr. Irish, inmate number 393-539, on a motion. Do I have a second?
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
This concludes the continuation for Stephen Irish, 393-539. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Friday, January 17th, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo-Sasso.
Please state your inmate number. Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Good morning, Shaun McCrae, 350-537.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Shaun Patrick McCrae, 350-537. He is serving a sentence of 48 months flat for violation of for 2 counts of violation of probation with underlying robbery first and failure to appear. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of 1/23/2025 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed. It shows the offender has completed tier 2 in domestic violence to date. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. McCrae, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Before you do, Mr. McCrae, I just want to add to the record that it's 2 counts of robbery first.
2 counts.
That's your underline. Okay, so go ahead, sir.
Thanks, Ms. Turner.
Thank you. I believe I just need another chance to do right. I got a lot going on out there. My son's involved with DCF. They're trying to take him. I've done wrong. I admit it. I hold full accountability for that. I just need to get out there, get focused on what I got to do. Man up, stand up, do what I got to do to get my son, get myself back together, get back right with my family, and just hoping that y'all will grant me the parole to better my situation.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. McCrae, for that comment. We are going to take turns asking questions of you based on the documents that we've read, and then we will discuss your case and you'll have our decision. We're going to begin this morning with my colleague, Ms. Chance.
So, Mr. McCrae, I appreciate the comments that, you said you should be granted parole because you wanting to do the right thing and lots of things are going on in regards to your son's involvement in DCF. But what I would like to hear from you is, from the time you've been incarcerated to today, what have you done to demonstrate that you have made positive changes in your life and that you're not going to go out and commit the serious offenses that you have done?
I've done a lot of self-evaluation. I mean, I'm older now. I'm almost 40, with nothing other to show than the record. I reached out to the CDL program, the carpentry program that'll give you a foundation for when you do get out there. I can have that as a fallback, a scale. I want to go back to school. I feel I've done everything to my ability to certify a strong foundation to where my criminal activity wouldn't be a second thought. And I'm just tired of this whole situation. I mean, I gotta get it together.
Well, you know, Mr. McCrae, I appreciate what you say you're trying to do. Have you figured out why you failed on 4 previous opportunities in the community to do right?
Being stressed out, picking the easy way out, not using my resources to the better benefit, situations like that.
So why should I believe that you're going to do that now?
Because, like I said, I'm tired of the in and out. I've got a friend who's a manager out there. He's looking out for me. He's trying to get me in
manager FedEx. Where?
FedEx in Stratford, Connecticut. He's a manager there. He said he got an opportunity for me to come in here and could hire me. I got more positive benefits then. My sister's around. I got better resources.
But Mr. McCrae, those people have always been there. You're here today because you had a very important court date and you missed it. And you were out because of the robbery with the firearm threat. So that court date was important for you to meet, and you didn't. So what happened why you didn't meet that court date?
I don't remember the situation, but I believe I had called somebody I was I don't know if it was somebody at the program or something, but I had got the dates mixed up, and the day I was supposed to go.
What program?
It was AIC and
Did you have a probation officer?
No, they never gave me when I went out that time, they didn't give me a probation officer. It was I just had to do the program completely, and they was going to reinstate it. So at that time, with me being released, I didn't have a probation officer to see. I just had to complete the program to satisfactory. And then they was going to restate the program with no interruptions or whatever.
Did you complete the program?
No, they canceled it because of the missed date. But when I tried to verify it, and I called them and told them I was coming in that day, and they said you don't got to come in because you missed it. I tried to explain to them that I missed it. I thought it was a one date and it wasn't, but it was a no nonsense. So they didn't want to hear that. They didn't hear that I missed the date and they didn't want to hear that.
Right. And the problem is that was important. That was an important date that you should have remembered.
They gave me when I was out, when I was out there, I was back-to-back programs, trying to find a job, trying to find housing. So it's no excuses, but it was it was understandable to forget a date because I had I got piss test one day, a program, 2 different programs. I got orientation for this job I'm trying to get. It was a lot of dates, 2-on-1. It was a lot of things going on.
But Mr. McCrae, you could have had your book where you keep track of all the dates and what you have to do. That's what normal people do when they have responsibilities.
Sure,
And
indeed.
you know that you did not do well on your previous community releases, so this was an important one for you to do. And you've been in there, you completed Tier 2 and you completed DV, and you've yet to tell me what you have learned. All I heard from you is that you're older now and you don't want to do this, but that's not sufficient. I want to hear what you learned out of Tier 2. The fact that you, as a 37 or 38-year-old adult, could not manage your appointment is concerning. All of us every day, we all have many different appointments and responsibilities. It's up to us as adults, okay, to follow through on our responsibility. And I'm hoping that you're going to tell me that, you know, I screwed up before where I didn't keep proper track of my appointments, but I've learned the importance of that, whatever.
I stated that earlier that I take full responsibility for all my actions, but I mean, I'm not looking backwards. I'm looking forward. My plan moving forward is to handle everything I need to handle to get to where I need to go, to get y'all out of my life, to get my son to do what I got to do.
Well, Mr. McCrae, I'm not in your life, so you don't have to say to get you all out of
well, not
what you need to do. What you need to be doing is making a commitment to yourself and your son that's in DCF that you're going to change your life. So yes. I'm going to ask you again, what did you learn in Tier 2 and DV?
Just accountability and a stand on business.
What do you mean by accountability?
Not blaming drugs or other people or anything other than myself for my actions.
So, you took DV. What was important in DV that you think will help you when you go back in the community?
Take advantage of like outlets. There's different outlets out there that you could get different management of time and resources. Don't linger around, stay busy, and accountability. More and more so, focus on self to better me, and stay focused on the right path.
And so you had a kitchen job.
I got a kitchen job.
Did you get back the one you had?
I work at, they moved me. I'm not at Cheshire anymore. I'm at Osborn. I got a kitchen.
So you lost that last kitchen job due to a DR. I'm just trying to demonstrate to you that your behavior has to be 100% positive. Now, that was a very minor thing that you did, but it resulted in you losing your kitchen assignment.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So what was your takeaway from that? What was the lesson there?
it didn't have to be done. That was real stupid on my part, but at that time it was, I need this, and I ain't really had the fund. I don't know.
That was
Silly.
just last October, which was 3 months ago.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So,
But it wasn't, I mean, I know in your eyes it wouldn't matter, but it wasn't necessarily stealing. It's just certain CEOs don't want you to do certain things. So,
Mr. McCrae, it's called following the rules,
yeah,
adhering to the guidelines of a job.
true.
That's what it is.
Yes,
And everyone that works in the kitchen knows all the rules, and you just have to follow it.
true.
You're talking about going out and depending on a friend to get a job at FedEx. FedEx have rules, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you know that rules are made to be followed. All of us in life have to follow rules, even children. Everyone has to follow rules.
Correct.
Okay. So you want to go to a halfway house. Who else do you have for support in the community?
I mean, I have a couple of friends, but that's more like moral support, not living wise. That's why I wanted the halfway house to really build character, to just do my own thing. Like, I don't want to really rely. Like you said, I'm dependent on a friend. I'm not dependent on him. He's just an outlet. I'm gonna put in my own work. You know what I mean? But like, if it gets too because of my background or whatever, I know I can call him and be like, yo, I need you to, you know what I mean? See if you can get me into this spot. But I'm gonna put my own footwork in.
So going to a halfway house means that you have to follow the rules at the halfway house.
Absolutely. I've never been there, but I know how it goes. It's just like here.
Well, wherever you go, there are rules. So I'm just saying that halfway house has rules and they have to be followed.
Yes.
Right? You did okay this time because you only received the one DR and you did complete tier 2 and DV. You indicated that you did not have any problems with drugs or alcohol.
Yes.
Okay. So you said you only smoked cigarettes.
Yes.
So why is your drug score 3?
But I don't know what a 3 drug score means.
So in DOC, the highest drug score you can have is a 5, anywhere from 1 to 5.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the middle, which indicate that at some point or time you may have had.
I believe in 2013, 2009. I was arrested and I was intoxicated. But I don't have a everyday drinking problem.
And do you remember what you did? When you
I
got
don't.
intoxicated, did you complete any type of program or anything?
I've done all programs in jail and in the street. AA. It's other programs. I don't remember the name at the time, but I've done programs. It should be on file out in the streets.
Yeah. And what about tier 2 that you just did?
Yeah, I did that too.
What did you learn from tier 2?
I mean, I grew up in that kind of environment, so the movies and the talks that we had, I know about it, but I don't abuse drugs, so I never really need to learn anything about not abusing drugs. I know other people's stories. I take heed to it, but that's not my. I don't use drugs as an outlet. That's probably not answering your question, but I mean that's
Okay. So other than going to live at the halfway house and abiding by the rules of parole, you said that you reached out to the CDL program.
yes, in Carl Robinson. Amongst when I first heard about it.
Right, but
That's a skill
you're
to take.
today being considered for discretionary parole. So what have you done in the community in terms of looking into the CDL program? And what was the other program you said? CDL?
Carpentry.
Carpentry. I don't really know anything about either one of these. I went to school for web design and computer business management, but it's a skill that's real lucrative in the streets right now. So I'm willing to learn it. I'm always willing to learn new things.
Which one of them are lucrative?
The CDL, not lucrative. It's movement out there right now. CDL it'll help you with money. It's you travel.
Yeah, but you know, Mr. McCrae, you have to figure that out for yourself. I read about the web design and stuff that you started.
Yeah.
If that's where your interest lies, then you need to try to pursue that. Every person that comes before us wants to do CDL. So you need to do your homework. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You really need to do your homework to figure out what it is that you want to do. And you indicated that you want to take some fatherhood program when you go back in the community, and you want to get involved with DCF. But along with that, Mr. McCrae, comes responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
So it's easy for you to say you want to, but you have to make sure you do it the right way.
Sure.
Okay. So what is your plan to connect with your son who's in DCF?
No, he's not with them. They're trying to take him out of his home now. But I've been writing them since I've been down. Even when I was just out there, I was calling them every day. But like now I write them. I try to write them at least once a week.
Who is he with now?
His mother and his siblings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I just try to stay. I try to reach out to him to be a little positive to the negative I've been all his life. So I'm just trying to get there, trying to open that door, and then when I'm out there, show more than I talk, because he's used to that.
Yeah. So you would be able to visit him when you get a job?
Yes.
With some financial support.
Yes.
So you need to sit down and put those things on paper and say, that's what you're going to do, and then follow through with it.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions. I have no further questions for him, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, Mr. McCrae, did you finish the domestic violence program, or are you still in it?
No, I finished it 2 months ago, maybe longer.
I'm going to ask Officer Smelly to look that up and try to confirm that for us.
He finished the domestic violence
I'd like to know when.
recently. He just did it.
So, sir, do you
I don't
think
remember.
of yourself as a patient man?
Okay.
A patient? Yes, I've learned. Yes, very.
Okay. Well, that's going to be helpful to you. Your end of sentence is not until November of next year. So, you know, if you are denied today, you could be there in the facility until then. Or if you're granted today, you could be under parole supervision for that period of time. And I'm a little concerned about your mindset regarding supervision, based on what you've said here this morning. So have you been on parole before, sir?
Never.
Okay. So parole is a higher level of supervision than probation, which is probably a good thing for you because you've really struggled on probation in the past. That's why you got a flat sentence off the 2 violations. But parole officers have access to programs and services that can help you be successful. They can connect you with the reentry programs in the various cities. I know your first choice for halfway house is New Haven. Maybe that'll change to Bridgeport with this job possibility in Stratford. But there's somebody on your team wanting you to be successful, and they can help you do that. It's all in the way you think about this 1 year and 10-month period of time. Sure, it's about accountability, but it's really there to help you be successful. But if you don't want people in your business, then, you know, we can just wait until you go out end of sentence unencumbered.
You asked that, was that a question?
Yeah, I'm interested in like what you're going to bring to the relationship with the parole officer.
That's why New Haven was my first choice, because I feel New Haven got a lot of business opportunities. I need people, that's the fatherhood program. I need people who have that outlet to different resources. That's
Okay.
why my choices.
So you're willing to work with your parole officer?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Well, it's not a given, sir. You already just said you can't wait to get people out of your business. So
No,
I'm trying to clarify.
Not meaning it like meaning the whole prison system. Stop coming into prison.
That we want that for you too, sir. 3 is enough.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you have a plan B for employment if this friend who has a connection doesn't have an opening or something falls through?
Just do my own footwork. He's like playing C. If I was granted, it's still the time, right? It's still winter time, so it's still a lot of places still hiring. I know warehouses in Bloomfield and all in Hartford, West Hartford area, they usually always hiring. If not like a...
Well, and your parole officer will know about felon-friendly employers.
And y'all have stuff on the tablet I've been looking into.
Good.
Job
Okay.
apps.
All right. So by my count, you're still on the deadly weapon offender registry for the robbery first?
Yes.
And that'll be through 2026?
I don't know.
It's a 5-year obligation.
Oh,
And you went out to probation in 2021. So just be careful that you uphold that obligation because it could bring you back to prison.
Yeah, I know. You gotta
Okay.
go to the police place now.
State Police Headquarters? Mm-hmm.
So it's not, it's not the police station. It's still in Weathersfield. Or it's whatever police station. Last time I went, they said you could go to police stations in any town.
Well, I think to initially register, and now that you're going to be back out in the community, you'll get information before you're discharged. Pay attention to it.
All right.
Okay. And you also have a standing criminal protective order against you until the year 2099. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. So no contact in any way, shape, or form.
No.
So talk to me about this incident in May in Bridgeport. 12:30 in the morning, you show up at your ex-girlfriend's home.
It wasn't, she wasn't a girlfriend. It wasn't none of, even the judge. The whole situation was she was going through my phone. I come back to the house. There was an issue because of the text message she read. So her daughter ran, called the cops. The cops wasn't even going to take me to jail because it wasn't, nothing was wrong. I wasn't belligerent. Nothing was nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay,
So
that's not the account that we have. You were forcibly trying to enter the victim's bedroom where she and her daughter were, and then by the time the police arrived, you had locked yourself in the bathroom.
none of that was happening. That's why the judge didn't give me. He said in court, so it's on record. He's like, he know how. I don't know. But
What were you doing there at 12:30 in the morning if she's not your girlfriend and you weren't living there?
I was already there. I left the house and came back.
And you were under the influence?
No. I had drinks, but I wasn't under the influence. So wasn't nothing told to me, don't come, none of that. But
all right,
I guess
I'm gonna move on from there. So you haven't taken a fatherhood program, and you're now very clear that your son needs you. Your son was 5 years old when you committed the robberies, right? And went to prison for 6 years?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And now he's 13 and struggling, from the sounds of what you're saying today.
Yes.
How long did you know that you had this hearing today?
I did. I was told when I came out the bathroom that I was going to see parole. Because the dates I got, none of the dates match what y'all telling me right now. And I've been trying to ask what's going on. Nobody knows nothing. I was told the 29th.
All right, Mr. McCrae, I'm going to see if my colleague, Ms. Zappo-Sasu, has any questions.
Morning. So in reading through your file, it was noted that there were significant breaks between criminal behavior, activities, and arrests. You had at one point 4 years, another time 2 years, another time almost 5 years, where there were no issues whatsoever. Can you elaborate a little bit about what might have been going right in your life during those periods that you were able to, maintain your position in society and do everything that, seems to be important to you?
My biggest supporter is my Uncle Chuck. He probably on some records. So I go out there, trying to find a job, or I'm doing school online. I'm just out the way. In Bloomfield, I don't know. I do what I'm supposed to do. I settle down.
And then what happens to upset that apple cart, Mr. McCrae?
Life. Sometimes life I don't know. You got so many things going on. You make the wrong choices sometimes. Unconsciously, consciously. Until you fed up and now you here trying to get your life back.
do you feel that you've taken advantage of all the programs in the facility that you've been in order to try to get that organizational vibe together the way my colleague was asking about earlier? I mean, you're in a very structured environment here. You have a lot of time on your hands. What have you done to kind of create that skill set that you're going to need to go back out in the community, handle the business with your son, find a job, get stable housing? Like, what does that look like in your mind from a day-to-day period?
It's a little different in here. I stay to myself. I try to get in the industries. It ain't too many programs. I did the programs from beginning to now. It's me. I know what I gotta do. I know what I need to handle. And that's just what I'm trying to, like, I keep in touch with the DCF lady who has outlets too with the fatherhood program and such things. So like I have people who's making a way. I just gotta get there. It's beyond jail.
Is your uncle still in your life?
Yes.
Is he going to be someone who's going to be part of that circle?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. McCrae, just give us a few minutes to discuss. Please don't interrupt. Ms. Chance, you began.
Okay. Ms. McCrae is a little bit frustrating for me, but, he had one DR, which was really ridiculous. He does seem to have a problem with, his organizational skills, but he knows that that's something that he needs to work on. And I'm hoping that if we give him the opportunity to go to a halfway house, that he will be able to work on that. He needs to get employment. He says he wants to connect with one of the programs that he find available in the community that will also offer job training. He wants to reconnect with DCF so that he can be in his son's life. And another way to do that is to take the fatherhood program, which he has identified. And he does have an uncle. Hopefully he will connect with the uncle and be able to get some positive influence in his life. He's had 4 previous failures, but this is a flat sentence, and it's because of those last 2 probation failures. So I'm willing to give Ms. McCrae the opportunity today to go out and be at the halfway house and work on his organizational skills with support from his uncle, support from the halfway house, and support from the community agencies, which he says he's identified some and is interested in getting a CDL.
And probably most importantly, support from a parole officer who's going to provide some of the structure and support that will help Mr. McCrae ultimately be successful. Because, he is right. He's closing in on 40 and not a lot to show for it except a 20-year criminal history.
Yeah. And just to, elaborate, parole is going to be your biggest ally. And if you don't stick with your parole officer, listen and take advice from that parole officer, we're going to see you back here. So I'm just telling you, Mr. McCrae, that you need to take advantage of this opportunity. I don't know how my colleagues are going to vote, but I'm willing to give you that opportunity. Sorry, I'm here.
No, that's perfectly all right. Because he could be finishing the sentence inside if he violates, because parole has arrest powers. So you violate your conditions and you're brought right back. Ms. Zappo-Sasu?
Thank you. So, Mr. McCrae, I definitely see and can hear in your voice that the light bulb has gone off and you understand what needs to happen. I do think that you have to work on some of the vague challenges that face you so that you can emerge from this incarceration with all of your ducks in a row. I would suggest that even staying to yourself in your own cell is a wonderful opportunity to make lists. Lists are very helpful. Lists can really help you point to what has to happen. You have an ambitious list that you've kind of gone through in terms of what you need to do with jobs, employment, and especially the situation concerning your son. The fact that you do not have to equally enter the community and battle an addiction issue has definitely influenced me toward allowing you to proceed to a halfway house in the hopes that you're going to use all of this to your advantage. You are not weighed down with what so many of your fellow inmates are in terms of battling that demon. And I hope that you understand that your relationship with guns has come to an end, especially with a young boy in your life. You know, part of what we do here in judging offender change and also suitability as well as public risk is try to break the cycle. And I'm pretty confident, even though you haven't said it, that we all hope better for our children than some of the decisions that we've made. So I'm in favor of you going to a halfway house and showing us that you can organize what hopefully the next 30 to 40 years of your life look like. And I wish you success in doing so.
Thank you.
Ms. Chance, did you have conditions beyond halfway house?
I had DV and no.
Just those two? Anything else to add?
And you've already reminded him about that protective order, so.
And the registry.
And,
Yeah. Officer Snelly, 121.
Oh, I had 123, but
I have 123 too, but I will check right now.
Yeah.
Just talk about a clarification on what his actual
123.
discharge end of sentence status, because I had something totally different.
I'll give you that, yeah. The printer, store page. Oh, 123. Okay, so in the matter of Shaun McCrae, inmate number 350537, there is a motion to grant parole on or after your eligibility date of January 23rd, 2025, with the conditions of halfway house placement and behavior management for domestic violence. Do I have a second?
second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Congratulations, sir. We wish you much success.
Ms.
Thank
McCrae,
you.
I don't want to see you back here.
Me neither. Thank you.
Okay.
This concludes the hearing for Shaun McCrae, 350537. You'll receive all this in writing, Mr. McCrae. Good luck to you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Yes. You can go back. Richard, come on in.
Good morning, Mr. Richard.
Good morning.
We're about to begin, okay?
All right.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's January 17th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by state their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Sapo-Sasu.
Also present is our Office of Victim Service Advocate, Ms. De Jesus. Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Rumone Richard, 391-569.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for the parole application for Rumone Richard, 391-569. He is serving a sentence of 20 years, execution suspended after 12 years jail with 3 years probation to follow. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 13, 2025 at 85%. There is victim input in this case. The offender has an offender accountability plan. A review of the plan shows the offender has completed good intentions, bad choices, tier 2 voices, anger management. He was discharged without prejudice from, and that was due to a job from December of 2019. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender overall score for recidivate falls within the moderate range. Mr. Rumone, this is your opportunity. Mr. Richard, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole.
I have a letter. It's okay if I read it.
Yes.
I deeply appreciate this opportunity to speak. I've waited a long time to express my sincere and hopeful remorse to the victim of my crime. I'm here not to justify my reckless actions or the harm I caused, but to truly apologize for the profound impact my offense has had on your life and the lives of your loved ones. This should have never happened. Since I've been incarcerated, I've been working on self-improvement and adapting to the challenges of living with a disability resulting from my own poor choices. I've actively participated in rehabilitation programs, including completing Tier 2, Voices, Good Intention, Bad Choices, and Anger Management. I also earned my GED and completed computer education courses. My reentry plan focuses on securing employment in a wheelchair-accessible workplace. I understand the gravity of my actions and the pain I have caused. I sincerely apologize to the victim and their family, to the broader community, and to my own family for the suffering I have inflicted. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Richard, thank you for taking the time to write that statement out. We've read the documents that were available to us, and we've prepared some questions to ask you. When we're done with that, we'll turn it over to the Office of Victim Services, and then the three of us on the panel will discuss your case and make a decision this morning. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll begin with the questions. I appreciate that you started with an apology. You did apologize in court, which was appropriate, but it's good for the public and if the victims are listening for them to hear about your remorse. And I also appreciate your apology included the community. Because whenever there's gun violence, it really shakes everyone's sense of security and makes an atmosphere of fear that it's not feeling safe to go out and live our lives because you never know what will happen. So you said this should never have happened, and I'm going to ask you, Mr. Richards, why did it happen?
Due to my poor choices, just not making the right decisions at the time.
But I want to know why.
But there's no reason why it happened. It's just a bad night that should never have occurred.
Well, what the picture is that you were prohibited from possessing firearms and ammunition. So you were in the illegal possession of a gun that was loaded, and you were using marijuana every day. So that impairs one's judgment, one's reflexes, one's decision-making.
Yes.
So you and your co-defendant were out in the community, and you decided to rob this group of people. Why?
I can't give you a reason why we've done it. It's just that, I mean, we just end up just making poor decisions that night that affected somebody's life.
But Mr. Richard, it was a series of poor decisions, because you at some point acquired a firearm when you knew you weren't supposed to have one.
Yes.
And at the time you were smoking marijuana that wasn't at that point legal. So what path was your life on that it went so far south?
Just a downhill spiral of making a whole lot of poor choices from friends and the people I hung out with, and just led to me involving myself in this incident that occurred. And I've worked, since I've been here, I've worked hard to make sure I don't make those choices again, which included GED, so I could find some work.
Congratulations on getting your GED. That's not an easy accomplishment. So it's good to see that you invested in your future by getting that taken care of during this period of incarceration. So you referred to the incident in the parking garage as, something that went bad. Is that because one of the victims pulled out a firearm to defend themselves?
Oh, just the whole incident in general, from how the night started off to how the night ended, was all bad around itself.
Would you be this remorseful if you didn't suffer a gunshot wound?
Yes, I would.
I hope so. So you're going to go out to probation with 8 years of this sentence hanging over your head. So, be very aware that, you need to comply with the conditions of your supervision, because if you fail to do so, you could be serving those 8 years there in the facility, and then you'd be going out in your 40s. We call that middle age. I'm encouraging you to take this seriously, sir.
Yes.
You'll have responsibilities, whether you're granted parole or you go out to probation. You haven't been successful on supervision the 2 times that you've been given the opportunity. You've never done a treatment program successfully out in the community, correct?
No.
Okay, so you completed Tier 2, and that was back in 2017.
Yes.
Do you have a problem with substances?
Not I think, but I'm always open to continue some type of program, AA or NA, to help me move forward.
Maybe some of your addiction is to the lifestyle you were living?
Yes, that's a good.
Addictions can take all different forms. So my concern, sir, is that you completed that program. Did you do any aftercare? Do you attend AA or NA meetings there in the facility?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Are you aware of other people who are serving their sentences that are struggling with addiction?
Yes, I am.
So you know the walk, you know, recovery is a day by day, sometimes hour by hour commitment, right?
Yes.
So why the Pruno?
Just part of my addiction. I never seen that was a problem until recently when I had the meeting with P.O. Smelly, where I seen that it's actually part of my addiction that I wasn't aware of until it was brought to light by her. So
were you making the Pruno?
yes.
Were you selling it?
I was selling it and indulging myself.
And at the same time, you were putting at risk the recovery of so many offenders struggling there in the facility. So why would you make that choice?
I don't know. It's just a choice that I didn't see was a problem until, like I said, I remember P.O. Smelly and seeing
But
that
you
it
knew
was.
you were violating the rules.
Yeah.
You knew you had a chance at parole.
Yes.
So it was just plain selfishness?
No, I wouldn't say it's plain selfishness. I just think it was just
Boredom?
boredom, trying to have something to do, lack of activity, not filling in my free time with something more positive.
Why would you not choose something more positive? You just got your GED.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to have a completely different lifestyle when you go out. So why wouldn't you be focused on your future? Because you know what it says to me is you didn't learn anything in tier 2. So in my book, you don't get any credit for that. Because if you would choose to go and make Pruno there in the facility because you didn't put your energies into something positive in direct violation of the rules, it's hard to trust that you're going to come out in the community. I mean, this was just last year, and not once, but 3 times. So that says to me, you don't give a damn.
No, I wouldn't say that, because after I
If you did it once and you got a consequence, why would you choose to do it again and again? That says you don't give a damn.
I still want to say that that's the point.
Okay. Right.
I would say it's just that, like, it's lack of activities for someone in my condition to actually follow through with, because as you can see that after I completed my GED, I went forward to vocational ed and accomplished, get my computer educational course finished, fully completed. So I think it was just a lack of boredom and just extra free time on my hands that made me make those decisions. So,
but at some point, Mr. Richard, you decided not to pick up a book, not to join a program, but to secret away the ingredients in your cell to ferment in order to have Pruno, so that you could, you know, perhaps escape your reality there in the prison by getting intoxicated. And that goes to your decision making. And you're sitting here telling us that your crime was poor choices, bad decisions. And I'm trying to measure some change and some growth in you, sir. And I'm struggling to find that. So why don't we talk about victim impact? You took the Voices program. You've apologized to your victims in your community. What do you think you put them through?
a lot of restless nights and just hard times, and I don't know, there's a lot.
I'm asking you, elaborate. Tell me more. Hard times, restless nights.
Maybe just scared to be out in the community, just in general, just afraid to have one good night turn into one bad night when it was just
a nightmare. A nightmare. Yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So that generalized fear is anxiety?
Yes.
You think it had a financial impact on them?
Yes, more than likely. Had to take time away from work due to my actions that have caused. Yes, I do.
Medical bills, expenses to pay for counseling and therapy to try to deal from the trauma. Probably added lots of security measures to their home, maybe their cars, maybe they bought guns.
Yeah.
And then what do you think their family members have endured?
Having to help them get through it. Whatever they have to deal with, I have no idea.
Watching them suffer, a feeling of helplessness because it's over and done and their loved one is still struggling. It's really important, Mr. Richard, that you reflect on the full impact of the choices that you made out in the community that caused tremendous harm. You need to fully appreciate, because understanding that is going to help inform the decisions that you make down the road so that you don't do this kind of senseless act, that you are fully responsible for your behavior in the community. All right, well, I'm going to pass the opportunity on to my colleagues to ask you their questions. Ms. Zappo-Sasu?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Richard.
Good morning.
We're not here to retry your case or anything like that, but I had one of the same questions written down that my colleague did, and I don't feel that you've answered it. In terms of what found you in that parking lot that night, what was the goal? Was it money? Was it, something else? Why were you there, and what made you make that decision to go out and find someone to rob that night? What were you looking for?
I think it was more money and just the fact that not utilizing my time properly and poor judgment, being around with the wrong group of friends, and not being able to be myself.
So if you had successfully completed this robbery without everything that happened to follow, and you had gotten money from this family that had just left the restaurant, what would you have done with that money? I'm trying to put together a time frame of what was happening in your life at the age of 22 or 23 at that point. What was happening? What would you have done with a pocket full of money if you had been successful in executing this robbery?
At that time in my life, I was looking for a job and I hadn't finished my education. So I'm fully aware of the things that I had needed to equip myself with, and that was holding me back to move forward. So this is why I most likely took the advantage at this time to complete my GED and trying to have some type of vocal course under me, so I'll have something to go back into the community with, so it won't put me back into another situation where I have to make poor decisions due to the lack of resources that I had for me. So,
and I understand that, and I appreciate the fact that you've acknowledged that this is a problem. But decision making, good decision making, is a skill that's learned, and it's a skill that's practiced. And my concern about your ability to go out and make these good decisions is based on the fact that the files that we have in front of us do state that you didn't have any real employment history, that your mother was primarily responsible for supporting you financially, and that you made the decision to drop out of school in 10th grade because you didn't feel like going anymore. What did your mother think about that decision back in the 10th grade when you told her, this isn't for me?
She thought it was a bad idea, that it wasn't going to be a good move moving forward. And she told me that she didn't think it was a good idea and I should have followed through with completing school so I could build my own future and be able to accomplish something in life.
Right. So you quit school and you had a couple of short-term small jobs, but for the most part, what were you doing with your time now that you weren't in school and you weren't working? Was that when the bad friends and social situations came up, and were your friends making the same bad decisions that you were at that age?
Yes.
Okay. And if you're going back to live with your mother, who is part of your release plan, is that Bridgeport? Are you going back to Bridgeport?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously your life has changed dramatically, physically, emotionally, and hopefully mentally since you've been incarcerated. What does that look like for you returning to a city which some of those peer groups, I mean, are you in touch with anybody? What does that look like? Is it the same house? Is it the same neighborhood? What are you preparing for?
I have made time to change the friends that I hang around with and weed out the ones that want the best for me as I want for myself. So that has changed in itself, and me knowing that taking the steps to move forward with my education that was holding me back to find a job so I could support myself. So I make sure I've made changes in those areas that I thought was affecting me.
And the certificate for computer education technology, can you tell me a little bit about what you envision with that? What kind of doors will that open for you? I understand that remote work is a great option for you. So tell me kind of what that plan looks like in your head.
I was actually thinking about trying to find a job in the workplace where just work behind a desk so I could be around more people and just stay active and be able to just express myself better than instead of working remotely from home where I just be confined to the house. So it's just more about just being out and active more, being able to just stay in the community.
So both of those options are probably very credible. Remote work is plentiful right now, but most workplaces do have ADA accommodations, and obviously computer tech is hot right now. So that's a good degree to come out with. But I guess my question is, what is that? So what can you do with that certificate? Tell me about some of the skills that you're going to bring to the workforce. Pretend this is a job interview. How are you going to sell yourself in the community with what you've done inside in terms of this degree and everything else?
Actually helped me turn into a great typer, learn how to work with Excel. So different Microsoft options of even creating advertisements for different businesses. So that's pretty
How are you keeping up your skills now that you've got that certificate?
I tend to just go over the little work papers that I have back at the cell just to keep my mind refreshed on it, or even just spending time just typing on my tablet. So I'm pretty stuck to just maintaining typing, finger placements and on the keyboard.
My colleague had asked you about your discipline reports. Again, that concerns me as well as the fact that up until recently, as you acknowledged, your substance issues did not seem to be acknowledged. You already got a lot going on upon your eventual release, an acknowledgement that you have that issue, and putting yourself in a place to deal with it now and in the community is only going to help you because, again, there's a lot happening, and substance abuse is not something that just goes away on its own. So I encourage you to seek out programs now, tomorrow, the next day, as well as when you're back in the community, because that is yet another circle of support for you in order to ensure that you're successful. It's about finding that right social group. Just like you've shed some of the friends that you were with, adding circles is going to be very important to you. And I think that accepting that you have a substance use issue is the first step, but working towards ensuring that it doesn't take over your life again and, you know, circle down into those bad decisions. That's a really important piece. You're in your early 30s now. It's time to man up on some of those situations. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Chance.
So, Mr. Richard, I have two concerns, and I heard it expressed by you. One is you're incarcerated, and you've indicated most of the time you're bored. And then you're in the community, and you were asked how the robbery came into play. And what you said is you were not utilizing your time effectively. So the two go together. You weren't doing anything positive with your time in the community, and here you are incarcerated and you get 15 DRs despite the fact that you've completed some good programs. So I want to hear something a little bit more strong from you about what plan you have in place that's going to allow you to utilize your time more effectively, whether it's you want to go live with your mother again, and she's been supporting you, so you don't have much employment skill. So that's the area that's concerning to me, what you're going to do with your time.
My time, I'm gonna really have to figure it out because I'm actually in a new situation I never experienced out on the world. So I do plan to take every day of it from rehabilitation, figuring out staying AA or NA to work on my sobriety and just finding employment and staying busy, making more time for the family. It's really much.
Mr. Richard, you're 33 years old. You should have brought a paper with you and have a whole list of things of how you're going to, number one, maintain your sobriety, because now that you were made aware that that's a problem, okay, because obviously you were in denial before, and you blame some of the DRs and the reason why you committed the offense as to, not utilizing your time more effectively. So you need to sit down and figure out where your life goes to from now on. What are the next steps for you? And both my colleagues have already given you ideas and outlined what you should be doing. So what you should be telling me is that I'm going to spend however much time I have to complete my 85% in coming up with a plan on what I'm going to do with my time.
Yeah,
I'm going to recommend, Mr. Richard, that, if and when the time comes and you go home with your mother, that she not enable you, but assist you in doing the right things that you need to do.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
All right. I'm all set.
I just wanted to make sure, Mr. Richard, that you understand as a convicted felon, you're prohibited from possessing firearms and ammunition for the rest of your life.
Yes.
Okay. You are already restricted from doing so, but you made that choice anyway, and you're living the consequences of that choice. And I just wanted to make sure that as you go back out into the community, you know that's not an option for you.
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, we're going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services. We're going to ask you not to interrupt. Okay, Ms. DeJesus?
I'm sure we're going to hear how Mr. Richard's story and how he wants to become a productive member of the community. I know we are going to hear about his
Jesus?
Could you start over again? We're having some trouble hearing the volume.
Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll raise my volume a bit. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Today, I'm sure we're going to hear about how Mr. Richard is sorry and how he wants to become a productive member of the community. I know we're going to hear about his accomplishments with programs.
Ms. DeJesus?
Yes.
I can't hear you, breaking up.
It's very garbled. Is there an alternative that we can try?
I will come in. I will come in.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Today, I'm sure we're going to hear how Mr. Richard is sorry and how he wants to become a productive member of the community. I know we're going to hear about his accomplishments with programs and the effort he has put since his incarceration. But I do not want anyone to forget that when he was a free man, he made no attempts at anything but a life of crime. Since the shooting, I still have PTSD. The stress caused me and my fiance to split, and I'm asking the court to deny his parole because of this. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have an identifier for this is one of several victims?
RS.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Richard, we're going to discuss your case. Give us a few minutes. So, we have a incredibly serious offense involving a firearm with someone who is willing to discharge that firearm at another human being while he was out on probation. And he got, a sizable sentence for that, with 12 years to serve out of the 20. And he's designated, 85%. So he's before us today with an eligibility date in May and an end of sentence a year from August. We don't have a real robust picture of Mr. Richard. He didn't come with a strong release plan. He has a sponsor, but not much of a plan. He has completed some important programs, though, as we've identified, he didn't take away from all of them what we would have hoped, as indicated by the DRs that he subsequently received. He's right about the poor choices that he was making out in the community. He scores a moderate risk to reoffend, and he has a completely different life that he will be discharging to. And that was of his own making for the choices that night in 2015, where he harmed so many. He has 3 years of probation to follow his sentence. And I'm just not in a position today to grant Mr. Richard. There's just not the change for me to have the confidence in his suitability. I would talk with my colleagues about a possible rehear that would, timing-wise, afford him at most a year on discretionary parole supervision. And in that time, I want him to come back with a plan for employment, for recovery, and no disciplinary issues. So that's kind of where I'm at. Ms. Zaposassu?
I would agree. I would be in favor of a rehear. My concerns surround the fact that he has done work to in the education arena to prepare himself for coming out. Of note, we should also have on the record that we've received letters of support from his aunt, a family friend, a gentleman named Evan Richard, who did not state the relationship, as well as his mother. So it does appear that when he comes out, he will have a circle of support. But I would like to suggest that there be some aftercare and concentration on the substance issues so that they could be handled prior to coming out into the community. So I think I would be interested in rehearing him at the end of the summer, which would give him a full year free of disciplinary reports and still a year where he would have supervision.
Mm-hmm. And I think we could put in ask the PO to put in the hearing dispo that we'd like the facility to reconsider another go at tier 2. Because maybe he's in a different place now and can benefit from that. But he could also choose to put himself in the AA and NA meetings, smart recovery, if they have it there at the facility. So there's some options for him to do some additional work. Your thoughts, Ms. Chance?
I absolutely agree with both of your recommendations. And the year I had him redoing tier 2 and attending NA and A meetings and actually sitting down and coming up with a relapse, a release plan, which would include relapse prevention for him, so that with the support that he will have, he might be able to be a little bit more successful.
Okay. So the reasons for denial, I would suggest, are injury and impact to the victim, poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate evidence of offender change.
Yeah.
Would you like to add any, change any?
No, I second that.
The others that we would use are static, and that's not going to make a difference in his rehear. All right, Mr. Richard. In the matter of Rumone Richard, inmate number 391569, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. the injury and impact caused to the victims, your poor institutional adjustment and inadequate evidence of offender change. I further move to rehear you in August of this year with the recommendations that you remain free of any additional disciplinary issues, that you look to participate in positive programming, and come back before the board with a solid release plan that includes relapse prevention. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. So, Mr. Richard, we were not able to see our way clear to you being suitable at this time, but we are offering to rehear you in August, and you will get all this in writing, and we hope that you'll dig in and do some additional hard work.
All right.
Okay, good luck.
All right, thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Rumone Richard, 391-569. Mr. Richard, you receive all this in writing, okay?
All right.
Good luck to you.
They just shut off. I probably won't be able to pronounce it right. It's not right. You're welcome.
Good morning, sir. How do you
Good morning.
pronounce your last name again for me?
Paniagua?
Paniagua?
Yep.
Great. Stand by.
Mr. Paniagua, if you have a statement written, please have it out and ready to go.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is January 17, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present and by this morning and by stating your names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo-Sasso.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Daniel Paniagua, 414-812.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for the parole application for Daniel Paniagua, 414-812. He is serving a sentence of 8 years jail, followed by 3 years probation for 2 counts of illegal operation of motor vehicle under the influence. Third, 2 counts of illegal of operation vehicle without ignition device. Failure to appear second, and an attempt to commit burglary third. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of March 23rd, 2025 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. The offender has an offender accountability plan. A review of the plan shows he has completed good intentions, bad choices and remains on the wait list for a job and addiction services. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender overall score for recidivation falls within the moderate range. Mr. Paniagua, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
First of all, I want to start by saying thank you for giving me the opportunity to be considered for parole. Also, if there's anyone listening, I want to apologize to the people that I have affected with my behavior and wrongdoings. While I have been incarcerated, I have been able to reflect on my actions and come to the realization that I was heading down an ugly path. By drinking my sorrows away, I was under the impression I had lost everything. I just didn't know how to deal with what I was going through. I lost myself. Since I have been incarcerated, I have taken the time to better myself by getting my GED. This allowed me to pay it forward by tutoring other incarcerees on their GEDs. Now I'm working on getting my associates in business, participating in programs, and reading self-help books that challenge you how to think differently. These books have taught me how to deal with what is going on around me and how to start what is going on around me and how to start my life over with a new outlook, and how to be a better father, brother, son, and husband, as well as a better part of the society. I have set some goals I intend to complete, like starting my own business again in construction. There's something I had once before, so with a little hard work and determination, I know I will be successful. I ask that you please consider granting me parole so that I can be there for my kids and be able to be a contributing member to society.
Great. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that you took the time to prepare for today's hearing. We've read all the available documents and prepared questions for you. We'll each take turns asking you those questions, and then we'll discuss your case and make our decision this morning. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're going to begin with my colleague, Ms. Sapu.
Good morning, Mr. Paniagua.
Good morning.
So this was a very interesting file to read because there was a lot going on here. And I do appreciate your statement because it's starting to paint a different picture for me than what I was reading. And I'm going to key in on one expression that you used, drinking your sorrows away. I haven't heard that in a lot of years, but I think it's probably very appropriate, a reaction. So without reliving all of the crimes and all of that, what I'm really interested in is you telling me briefly, how did you get to that point where alcohol became your best friend? What was happening in your life at that point? When did it start?
So it started when my first baby mother, she cheated on me. We were together for 11 years. And, I had just asked her to marry me. And, like 6 months prior to that. And then when I came home early from work one day and she was with somebody else. And, we had 2 kids together and I thought we were doing good, but she was a stay-at-home mom. I had a good job and I was just away a lot traveling for work, and she cheated on me, and that killed me, because me coming back from a background where I didn't grow up without a father, I was looking forward to, being there for my kids every day, having that family thing. We owned the house that we had, and that was something that I looked forward to. So when that happened, I just thought I had lost everything. And it just set me down that path and just drinking away, became my best friend for a while.
Is she the mother of all 3 of your children?
No, she's the mother of my first 2.
Yeah, that must have been very difficult. So substance abuse has been an issue for years. You had multiple treatment opportunities, and 3 of them that I found reference to, you were found to be non-compliant. You weren't interested in the treatment. So what's changed? Tell me about what's changed in terms of you acknowledging the fact that you have what is in essence a disease.
Well, I have support. I came to the realization that, you know, even though that I'm not there, I can definitely be there for my kids. I get, you know what I'm saying, and the family thing is still there, it's still possible, you know, and I know, and then, you know, so like that issue is not something that's weighing me down anymore. I believe, you know what I'm saying? So like I have a different way to deal with my problems now that I've learned, you know what I'm saying? Before I was just drifting away, like just drifting and trying to find the easy path. So with the problems I was having, now you know what I'm saying, I've learned how to, like, instead of just, you know, drift and probably lose control, I learned how to shift around it, you know, with what I have going on in my life. So just to deal with it.
Okay. So you had mentioned that you have been using self-help books, that you got your high school diploma, that you're in college courses. So all of this has happened for you, and you have not yet taken an addiction services program while you've been in the facility. It's still on your wait list. Yeah. So to me, that's impressive that you've actually taken some self-help steps to do this, but do you feel that you would benefit from the addiction services program?
Maybe. I've done it enough before I came in. I have been, you know what I'm saying, like, so I'm pretty sure I would be able to benefit, you know what I'm saying, from anything that I you know what I'm saying, that I would take. But yeah, I mean, I don't see why not, as a matter of fact.
Do you go to any of the AA or NA programs that are there?
No, not yet. I believe, you know what I'm saying, that, you know what I'm saying, like, I'm a person that, you know what I'm saying, like to work out his problems by himself a lot. So, like, I don't like really, because I get emotional a lot, so, you know what I'm saying, in jail, it's like,
Okay, well, it is not unheard of that people have addressed their addiction issues cold turkey by themselves, by coming to a place that they understand what their triggers are. So I'm not saying that I don't believe you that you've taken this path, but there are programs set up to assist you in this, because as you come out, you know, there's going to be just a different set of stressors. I was interested, you know, despite the fact that you are battling substance misuse, you've held a successful period of long-term employment. You've been with certain companies for a long period of time. You seem to enjoy working, so that wasn't an issue. But yet, again, I would assume that alcohol and the related incarcerations and everything are part of the problem with that as well. Yeah. With not being able to hold on to those jobs, with this disruption in your life. So it would seem to me that you should probably be able to find another job, because that was never an issue for you. Yeah. A challenge, though, that I'm curious about whether you've thought about is how you're going to navigate either working for someone or starting your own business without the benefit of a driver's license. How does that look for you?
So I've been thinking about that, and, you know, to start off without the business, I was planning on, you know, public transportation, and then as I get into saving up the money and stuff like that to start my own business, I would have to, you know, get an employee that's trustworthy, or get one of my kids to come into my business with me and stuff like that. Like my daughter, she's 19 right now, and she's very smart. So I was thinking about having her in my business with me. So.
Okay.
But other than that, I'm just looking for something on the public transportation line for to begin with.
Speaking of your children, at one point, I think in the one of our reports, it stated that you didn't have any contact with them. Another report said that you co-parent successfully with the mother of the children. So where is the situation now? Are you still with the mother of the youngest child?
No, not right now, because it's been hard for her since we've been together. I mean, I told her like just take her time while I'm in here. She got to do what she got to do. And then when I get out and everything gets better, then if it works out with us, then we will work that out when when I get out. But I didn't want her to stay here with me. She still comes and visit me, and she brings my son here every once in a while. So it's not like something that, what I'm saying, and then badly or nothing. It's just, I've been locked up, and for this amount of time, I didn't want her to suffer like I, what I'm saying, like that. So.
And you are in contact with your two oldest children as well?
Yes, definitely. They come see me every once in a while. My daughter brings my son, my 13-year-old son.
Yep.
So.
Okay. In terms of the programs that you have completed, I show that you received a certificate from the Good Intentions, Bad Choices group. Can you tell me a little bit about what you got from that program?
To think about my actions and how I affect other people, and how people don't always have the best interest for you. And like they might seem like your friends, but they don't have what is best in for you, basically the best interest for you. They might want you to come and join and do something bad and stuff like that, but it's only benefiting them, not you. As much as you want to be part of it, it's not always good, and how to think how you're affecting other people.
How do your children react to you being in the facility?
Definitely, they don't like it. They need me there. My son plays football, so he wants me home so I can be there for his games and stuff like that. And my little one, he's starting to play basketball. So they definitely want me home. So, but they know that I tell them I committed a mistake I shouldn't have been doing, and I have to deal with it.
So, overall, considering looking at your criminal history and some of the severity of what happened, I actually consider you to be a very lucky person, because the number of DUIs and operating under the influence that occur with loss of life, they're very high numbers. I think that we all know someone who's lost someone to that. And the fact that you committed all of these crimes under the influence in a motor vehicle and did not actually result in hurting someone else, you should be very thankful for that, because I think you'd be looking at a very different set of circumstances if in fact you were even sitting before us with those types of charges. And so I hope that you look at that in terms of what it is. You are very lucky, because there could be families out there not attending their child's football games because he was killed crossing the street by a drunk driver, or kids mourning the loss of a parent not cheering at their basketball games. And it happens to families across all incomes and neighborhoods and towns every day because of bad choices that people make. So you really have a lot. You're only 40. You have a lot going on. And you have children who are supporting you. You have, the potential of employment. But I just really think that there needs to be as much attention in your programming to maintain the sobriety while in the facility, but also planning for outside, because those those stressors and things, relationships, job problems, you know, they don't magically go away with a magic wand. You know, you have to make sure that you are preparing to be the best father, the best employee, the best business owner, the best college student that you can be.
Yeah.
So I'm going to defer to my colleagues now for their line of questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So it's Paniagua, is that how you pronounce it?
Paniagua.
Paniagua. Okay. So, Mr. Paniagua, do you know what your triggers are?
Well, being, you know, saying like, being like feeling like I'm losing, you know what I'm saying? Like basically, my triggers were like my daughter's like birthdays and like birthdays and holidays were my triggers because I wasn't there. But I think I got a handle on that because, like I said before, I just, you know what I'm saying, learn that I can be there without being there.
How do you intend to stay sober?
I'm planning on, you know, getting a sponsor when I do get out, you know what I'm saying, and like attending, you know, some AA meetings when I do get out, you know, because I haven't done that before. It's just that I didn't do it in jail because it's a lot. It's too close. But I do plan on, you know what I'm saying, doing it when I get out and stuff like that. Trying to do some programs.
So here's what I'm gonna say to you, Mr. Paniagua. First of all, I agree with my colleague that you're a lucky man, that you haven't killed anyone and you haven't seriously harmed or hurt anyone.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact of the matter is, you didn't participate or complete any programs in the community, and you violated your probation twice because you were given the opportunity to have the ignition device in your car and you drove without it. So for me, that's a serious public safety issue. You're incarcerated now and you have not taken a substance abuse program. That's a serious issue for me. And they have AA meetings there that you could take till you do a TIR program. And so for me, you haven't demonstrated that you have the necessary skills that when you go out, you're going to stay sober. You were previously given community service. Did you complete those hours before?
Yeah.
Where?
I commit a place that does sober houses. I did a lot of fixing the sober houses and stuff like that in Waterbury.
And were those documented and given to your probation officer?
Yes.
Okay.
And I did, and also I want to point out, I also did Stonington, and I completed that successfully. I don't know if you had that on your records.
2018.
Yeah.
19.
He went there in
But then
2008.
he relapsed right after.
So that truly has no meaning.
Yeah.
It was shortly after he did that program that he relapsed again.
Yeah.
So for me, Mr. Paniagua, I'm going to say it again. You haven't completed any programs. to address a serious alcohol abuse that you have. And I consider that a public safety issue.
Okay.
So for me, I am definitely not in support of your discretionary parole today.
And also, I've tried signing up for my DUI classes, to do the DUI program. They said it will come closer when I come, you know what I'm saying? I don't know when. And then I've tried signing up for tier 2, and I don't know what happened with that either.
Did they ever offer it to you the first time or the second time?
They didn't offer me. I wrote them asking for it, and I got proof.
Well, how long ago? Which one of your offenses did they offer that?
I signed up for, I asked for the DUI back in July. I asked to be put on for the DUI program.
Last year?
Of last year, yes.
Yeah, but I'm talking about your previous, the second DUI that you received.
Oh, they didn't say, they didn't offer me nothing.
Okay. Right, well, I'm all set. I wish you the best of luck. And I'm Chair Ramon.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Paniagua, you indicated that you committed the DUI because you were not having a good day. What was that about?
I do believe that was my daughter. One of them was on my daughter's birthday on the 28th. Usually when I probably was dealing with something with my daughter. You know, I really don't remember too much about back then. It would have to be something with my daughter, because that's usually what was my trigger back then. It was just stuff with my kids or my baby moms or something, an argument.
Well, I would hope that you'd have more inner strength and resilience than to come up against these anniversary dates or a disagreement. And my concerns involve the fact that on one of your 2019 DUI, you were already supposed to have the ignition, the interlock device. And so you avoided that responsibility and drove anyway. And what I want to say to you, sir, is drink as much as you want. Just don't get behind the wheel of a car.
Yeah. Yeah,
because we have to make this decision, sir, in light of the interests of public safety.
Yeah.
And these repeated acts of yours, even when the court has tried to impose measures to prevent the risk to public safety, you go around them. And then, you say you don't feel your sentence is fair, but when you refuse a breathalyzer, it's an automatic DUI. Why would you refuse to blow into the instrument?
I wasn't planning on driving when I started to drink. It was just that somebody he wasn't feeling well, so I ended up driving. I shouldn't have been driving. I definitely should have taken the wheel. It wasn't my vehicle. And
especially with your history, yes. that you've been pulled over for this. You face consequences. Yes. But if you're pulled over and you do the field sobriety and the police want you to take a breathalyzer, no. Why would you refuse that?
Refuse the breathalyzer? I don't remember refusing the breathalyzer. I don't know. I was intoxicated. Definitely, I wasn't making my best choices back then.
I would say that that's an understatement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You were circumventing the measures that were put in place to address your past bad acts
Yes.
and still committing them. So,
I just didn't know, you know, saying the severity of it. I wasn't right, you know what I'm saying, like, you know.
I don't know how that's the case. You know, you've been to court repeatedly. You know, you've been, paying to have the interlock device installed. I don't know how you don't appreciate the severity. Maybe it's because you yourself haven't suffered a physical consequence or you haven't damaged one of your motor vehicles. But sir, I'm here to say this is incredibly serious.
No, it definitely is. I definitely, now I can see, you know what I'm saying, and
okay.
I bet.
I just don't feel like you've prepared yourself to give me great confidence that the public would not be at risk with you going out on discretionary parole at your March eligibility date. But give us just a few minutes to talk about your case. Please don't interrupt. Ms. Zapo-Sasu?
So Mr. Paniagua has talked to us about the very bad well that he fell into concerning substance abuse based on circumstances within his life that I believe were spiraling out of control for him. These various bad decisions resulted in the series of very serious offenses that we reviewed this morning, mostly involving motor vehicle charges, operating under the influence, other bad decisions about registrations and suspended licenses, and a significant alcohol abuse issue, also references to crack cocaine use and marijuana. He doesn't remember many of these incidences, which I can understand because they were serious. And at that point, the level of intoxication, I believe him that he probably does not understand some of what transpired with these arrests and his interactions with the court systems and police officers. So in weighing the public safety risk versus suitability for release, I also want to take a minute to talk about what I do see here in terms of the positive. Whereas I really wish that he, with an alcohol drug score of 4, had taken some tier program and some addiction services, which I'd like to hope that he's going to be able to get in the future, that there have been some successes here. He has used his time to get his GED. He is attending college classes. He's also volunteering as a tutor to help others get their GED. He successfully completed the Good Intentions, Bad Choices program and has received a good evaluation in doing so. He has not been sitting in his cell making pruno. He has been reading self-help books to pull himself out of the cycle that he's found himself in. He's been setting goals, and he's receiving support and has relationships with his children. And he also has a history of employment. He is a moderate risk to recidivate, and he has 5 years of probation following this sentence. He's approaching his 3-year mandatory minimum to serve. And I think that there is emerging offender change and acknowledgement of what needs to happen moving forward. So my recommendation would be that we deny with the opportunity to rehear so that he can do some of the things that we've talked about and maybe set him on a path for success sooner rather than later, but with knowing that he's received all the support possible in order to make that happen.
I agree. There's good use of his time while incarcerated. I'm concerned that he's not availing himself of AA, NA, and CCAR while he waits for additional programming. The idea of going it alone concerns me because we know that addiction thrives in secrecy and denial, and that the perhaps strongest path is in a supportive community of people working in recovery. Ms. Chance, your thoughts?
So while I can applaud Mr. Paniagua for obtaining his GED, assisting others by tutoring them to get theirs, completing the good intention bad choices with good reports, I would have appreciated him completing a tier program, participate in AA, as you said, and connect with CCAR. So for me, he has not addressed the most serious and most important issue with him, and that is his abuse of alcohol. And so I'm in favor of denial, but I'm not in favor of a release.
A rehear.
A rehear.
Okay.
It's a serious public safety issue for me. So.
Well, I am a denial vote as well. He refers to tier 2, but I would strongly encourage him to consider tier 4. That's life-changing. That's the best program DOC can offer. And with his history, I think it's probably the dosage that is going to be most beneficial. I would put him off on a rehear if I were to grant a rehear to October of 2026. Okay, so I want to see addiction services, the DUI program, voices, fatherhood. There's a whole lot that he could be doing there in the facility to prepare himself for success, and it'll be up to him. So the denial reasons, what do you have?
I have inadequate institutional program participation and inadequate release plan / relapse prevention. Open to any others that you think are appropriate.
I'm going to include nature and circumstance just because I think this is just over the top. Your reasons, Ms. Chance?
I had nature, I had inadequate institution program and inadequate release plan. And I also had the change that I'm looking for, I did not see. So I also had inadequate evidence of offender change because this is all about his alcoholism, and I didn't see any change there.
I'd rather not use that one because I think he is at a stage where he's rebuilding his life and he's making efforts. So, okay, so I'm going to do this in 2 motions since we are all on board for the denial and Ms. Chance does not want the rehear, and that will be noted in the written decision. So as far as recommendations, any other programs that you would want?
We've talked about fatherhood. He mentioned DUI program within the facility, voices, connecting with a CCAR coach, a tier program, and then obviously putting together as part of that a effective relapse prevention plan once going back into the community. So I'm good with those.
Okay, I'll couch the relapse prevention in the context of an overall release plan, since that is one of our denial reasons.
Yep.
All right, sir, in the matter of Daniel, Paniagua, inmate number 414812, there's a motion to deny parole at this time for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your offenses, inadequate program participation, and inadequate release plan. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. I'm going to further move that we rehear you in October of 2026 with the recommendation that you not get any additional disciplinary reports and that you complete programs to address your criminogenic needs, to include the DUI program, an addiction services program, as well as other positive programs like fatherhood and voices, that you look to engage yourself in the CCAR program, AA and NA meetings, and return to your next hearing with a solid release plan that includes relapse prevention. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? We're not voting, but okay. All right, Mr. Paniagua, the best we could do is to bring you back in October of 2026. That gives you plenty of time, brings you much closer to your release date, but would still afford you 2 years of discretionary parole if the next panel finds you suitable. So please dig in and do some more work, especially around your problems with alcohol.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
This concludes the hearing for Daniel Paniagua, 414812.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I did it that way.
Hi, Mr. Thompson, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Stand by first, okay?
Yes, no problem.
Mr. Thompson, we're about to begin, okay?
Yes.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is January 17, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo-Sassu.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Gregory Thompson, 238-599.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Gregory Thompson, 238599. He is serving a sentence of 20 years, execution suspended after 7 years jail, 5 years probation to follow, for illegal possession of an assault weapon, illegal possession of a large cap magazine, criminal possession of a firearm ammo defense weapon, and possession with intent, narcotics. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of February 28, 2025 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. The offender has an offender accountability plan. A review of the plan shows he has completed anger management, good intentions, bad choices, alternative to violence basic, and alternative to violence advanced, and people empowering people program. He's also participating in Tier 4, which ends on May 31st, 2025, as of today's date, utilizing the statewide collaborative risk evaluation system scores. The offender overall score for recidivate falls within the high range. Mr. Thompson, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. May begin, sir.
Before you do that, sir, Officer Smiley, I believe he's serving also for 2 counts of illegal possession of an assault weapon.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, 2 counts.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
May I read this letter?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Before my incarceration, I struggled with opiate addiction, which clouded my judgment and negatively affected my relationships. In 1998, I was introduced to oxycodone prescriptions due to being shot and miraculously surviving with a loss of 1 kidney and a bullet lodged in my spine. When I was no longer able to get prescriptions from a doctor, I resorted to illegally buying oxycodone pills from off the streets. And at that point, my habit for opiates had already begun to develop. My criminal and addictive thinking led me to make poor choices that opened up a revolving door with me in and out of the jail system. Ultimately, I was convicted and sentenced to 7 years of incarceration for gun possession, which was a misguided attempt to protect myself as I bought and sold drugs to make fast money and also to support my habit. While incarcerated, I've made a concerted effort to follow all rules and regulations and avoid getting in trouble by all means. I see this time as an opportunity to reflect on my past decisions and improve my thinking. I committed myself to studying and learning about recovery and rehabilitation, and using this knowledge to help guide my better judgment and my pursuit for change. I've taken part in rehabilitation programs such as anger management, good intentions, bad choices, AVP, basic and advanced. I'm currently participating in the PEP, Empowering People program, and the Tier 4 program. In anger management, I've learned how to recognize what triggers my anger, and I also learned about cognitive and relaxation techniques. In good intentions, bad choices, I learned about relapsing, and recidivism prevention and errors in thinking as a result of years of having an addictive or criminal lifestyle. In AVP, I've learned to maintain positive communication and stay grounded within my core values. I also gathered tools on how to resolve conflict by reaching common ground. PEP is a University of Connecticut program, UConn, with informative insight on self-worth and skills that lead to self-sufficiency and independence, job readiness, and much more. Tier 4 is a community-based program. As a community, we come together to rid ourselves from the disease of addiction and pursue a new way of sober living. Tier 4 has 4 phase groups. I'm currently in phase 2, and once I finish phase 2, I'm eligible to participate in the C-Card program. The C-Card program is a program that allows you, it's a 10-week program that allows you to get addiction recovery and addiction recovery counselor certification. And I'm able to get a job as a counselor if I was to be granted parole or whenever I go home if I complete this program. So I would like the opportunity to do this program, and after phase 2, I'm supposed to be granted that opportunity. I also received good working reports from the industries. I worked from 2022 to 2024 as a janitor and a laundry worker. I understand that the crimes I committed not only affected me, but also put my family and community at risk. I deeply regret the reckless decisions I made and take full accountability for my actions and the consequences they brought. And I'm fully committed to making amends and changing my life for the better. I'm not bitter about my sentence. Since incarcerated, 3 people I know died from opiate overdose. God knows that could have been me. If granted the chance of parole, once I'm released, my primary goal is to seek employment, support my wife during her cancer treatment, and rebuild our lives together and be a stable presence for her and my kids and my grandkids. I also plan to immediately engage in support groups focused on addiction recovery, recidivism, and gun violence prevention. I also want to get my license renewed, and the meetings that I will attend are Narcotics Anonymous and Peace in the Streets. My family support system is my wife, along with my family, my sisters, my mother, and friends who understand my journey and are willing to help me reintegrate into society. I have a few job leads, which is my old job, UPS, working as a truck loader. The director of the program of Peace in the Streets, he's able to help me with resumes and job interviews. And he said that the minute I get out, he's going to help me to get a job if I don't already have one. I also would like to try to go back to my old job, Stevens Lumberyard in Milford, where I was loading trucks as well. Thank you for the opportunity to read my letter.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. You did a nice job with that.
Thank you. Thank you.
You got into just the right amount of detail and covered just about every aspect of your situation and what brought you before us today. So thank you for your efforts on that. I think it's probably pretty safe to say among my colleagues that we want you to finish Tier 4.
Okay.
That we see that you need to finish Tier 4. And it sounded like you were asking to finish Tier 4 in terms of CCAR and the other opportunities. Okay.
Yeah.
So, it may be the case that we can, agree that those are your priorities, that you have our support for that, and that we should actually be considering a date to bring you back when you've completed Tier 4, perhaps even some aftercare, and then gotten involved with CCAR. Those are all positive things. Maybe you'll have a plan to do 90 meetings in 90 days, that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Ms. Chance, your thoughts about that?
So I appreciate all the good things that Mr. Thompson has said. I guess the one thing that I would like to hear him talk about is, you said you had the guns for protection because you wanted to feel safe. If everybody who wanted guns for protection based on where they live, there would be hundreds and thousands of guns all over the city.
I agree.
So I want to know where you got all those guns.
I actually bought them from the streets. I got them from the streets. I had, to give you a better answer, I had The pistol, which is called the Glock, I had that for over a year before my incarceration. The rifles, I purchased them maybe probably about 6-7 months before my incarceration. Actually, so altogether, I had them for a good while, over a year. And I wouldn't say it was my better judgment. It was just the way I felt.
Do you have a permit?
No.
Okay.
No.
So that's the worst part. Having an addiction and addressing it the way you did.
I agree.
I totally support and appreciate that. Having all these guns do not sit well with me. And, people who sell drugs have guns. It's part and parcel. It goes together.
It's part of the lifestyle. Yep.
Exactly.
Not always assault weapons.
But, anyway, I'm going to move on. You have had a pretty extensive criminal history.
Yes.
Do you remember the times when you have been successful, what you had to do to be successful?
Actually, I do. One of the main things that I believe that I struggled with is idle time. I've been incarcerated, as you can see. I have a long history, and it's not actually when I'm on probation or when I'm on parole. It's after the fact that idle time kicks in, and to be honest, I end up veering off and getting off track. I can say in the past, it's been easier for me to get off track because of clouded judgment. And I don't want to blame the drugs because it was times where I wasn't on drugs. Right. And I chose to, I didn't have to. I just chose to. And I also want to speak as far as, my history when I got shot. I had to explain, to my wife about that because it was a time where when I was home, I would make excuses as far as the reason why I need pills. If I didn't have money at the time, sometimes I would try to get money from her and she would always say no. And I would say, I'm my spine. But the truth was, it was just pain from not having pills. It was withdrawal. Because as of now, I barely feel anything. So my thing, what I explained to her now as we talk, if I would have went through rehabilitation when I got shot, I doubt if I would even have to use those pills. I doubt if I would even have the addiction. So I just want to say that because there's people that I talk to in Tier 4, and a lot of them, they say I started using drugs after this accident or whatever I had, whatever mishap. And I just want to clear that up as far as me. That's one of the differences. I don't, like to always just go to blaming the incident as far as me getting shot as an excuse for using drugs. And
well,
to answer
I appreciate you saying that because, I wondered, my next question would have been, what's the relationship with your wife now? And did you ever admit to her why, when she didn't give you the money, you told her the real truth?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would say we have a great relationship now. She's actually a cancer survivor. I would say, she helped me to keep a relationship with my kids, which wasn't easy. And, now I have a good relationship with my kids and also my grandkids.
Okay. So I do agree with Madam Chair. I do want you to finish the Tier 4 and the aftercare piece because I think that will be helpful to you and very important to you because
Absolutely.
you've had 5 failures. This is it for you. You're 48. You don't want to come back. So you want to get it right this time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. God willing, absolutely.
Okay. And you're lucky that you have job leads with UPS and that Peace in the Street program.
Yes.
Someone familiar with it, so they'll be able to also help you. So I don't have anything further, Mr. Thompson, but just know that, you know, we want you to finish programs.
Okay.
Before you go out. Okay, thank you. I'm
No
all set.
problem.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Ms. Zapo-Sasu, any questions?
I do. You know, in reading through your file, Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
I want to first say you've been very honest, and you are absolutely not going to be penalized for being honest about those points in your life with your addiction and the pills. Opioid abuse in this country has escalated over the last 15 years, and it's now the leading cause of death amongst certain demographics.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of evidence about it, and it's affecting municipalities and people who live in neighborhoods every day, different neighborhoods. But it's contributing to a cycle, right? So I'm going through your file, and at the end of my review, I hit the Connecticut State Police report. That's a 214-page document, which I don't know if you've seen that, but to me, it absolutely illustrated the problems that we are having with guns and drugs in our urban areas.
I agree.
It's hard for me to reconcile the person that you are speaking to us today, because you seem pretty put together and, you know, you're speaking well, with the person who is part of this 214-page report. Now, where I come from, we call that an incredible use of state and municipal resources in order to cut down on quality of life issues in our communities. And, you know, one of the parts, you know, and my colleague touched on it before, the 3 guns were actually part of a big part of this report, because they were found to be seized and they were listed with out-of-state owners. So they were either stolen or transferred.
Yes.
2 of them were absolutely traced to Bridgeport. The 3rd one, they never were able to trace, although clearly it ended up here. And to me, it's just symbolic of everything that's wrong with the drug and the gun culture and how serious it is. And you yourself, you know, you have 3 children. I mean, they're young adults now. And this Peace in the Streets program, which I'm not familiar with, how are you coming back into the community and helping to break this cycle? And are your kids caught up in this cycle? Where are we with that? They're in Bridgeport?
Yes, they are in Bridgeport. Now, the director of that program, Anthony Marshall, I was familiar with going through the process before I came in. I was familiar with going through the process as far as dealing with the program, but I never got the opportunity to, because I ended up coming to jail. Yep. So that's why I reached out to him through my wife, and he was telling me that he also, besides, because he does job searches, he helps you get interviews together and stuff like that. But he said besides that, he has something now that's called the Gun Violence Prevention. It's a group that he's running also. So I'm like just thinking that, wow, that's something I can immediately get into. And it's something that has nothing to do with parole or anything. It's something I can do on my own. That's one of the ways that I plan on giving back.
Yeah. Well, that's important because it doesn't seem to be getting better. And what are you telling your 25, 23, and 21-year-old about where you are and how are you helping to break that cycle with them?
I have to be honest. The 21-year-old, it's hard to get through to him sometimes because now it just seems like when I talk to him, I seem like I'm just an old guy, and he has this thing to where like, okay, you're just dad, and you're just saying that because you're a dad, and when I tell him that, hey, well, you know what, you're dealing with this girl and you're back and forth over there. If you're getting into fights with her, you shouldn't be with her. But it's the responses I get from that leads me to believe he just doesn't want to take my advice. And when I think about it, like, it hurts. Because I look back and like, you know what? You're in jail. Maybe that's something that he wants to say. Like, how can you give me advice and you're in jail? But he hasn't said it yet. So honestly speaking, the other ones are cool. They're working. One is an Uber driver. Yeah, I mean, and my daughter, my other, she has a business where she sets up tables and chairs for events, which is cool. But it's the young one. I have to be honest, it's hard to get through to him. I mean, I'm being patient, and I'm definitely using a lot of things that I learned. But it's hard. It's still to this day, to this very day, it's hard.
And I think it's part of all of our responsibilities, right? To try to break the cycle in whatever role we play within society, because, you know, it's just not going to yield anything good moving forward, the number of guns that are in the community. There's another phrase that I really don't like, and I hear it all the time, and it's make fast money. And, you know, your employment history is, for someone who's 48, is somewhat minimal. I understand that making fast money when you have financial obligations, you know, is attractive, but talk to me about how strongly you think that you can adhere to going back to loading trucks and working in those jobs at the rate of pay that they're going to be offering you. And are you going to be able to do that? Is that something that you think you can adhere to when you're back in the community?
Absolutely. And for the record, I asked, when I was working in UPS, it was only for part-time. It was a 4-hour shift. I plan on working more than one job.
Yep.
That's actually my plan. It's now they have a variety of jobs that are not too hard to get. You know, in the past it wasn't like that. I can easily get hired my license is good. I don't have accents or anything, so I can easily do Uber driving, which I know a lot of people out there doing. My oldest son, he does it from time to time, which he makes good money from it. So it's not even just that. It's a variety of things that I plan on keeping myself busy with, as far as employment, and as far as my leisure time. I just plan on being home, getting rest, helping out my wife, helping out my kids whenever I can. And it's really all about me just making sure that I'm doing the right thing with my time.
Well, you referenced, I think you're doing the right thing, considering you referenced idle time as being one of the potential issues that you have.
It's true, it really is.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you for talking with me. I do also support the completion of programs and solicitation of further aftercare.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, my only question to you has to do with the day you were arrested, September 2019, and you were in Bridgeport in the booking area, and
Yes.
You made a phone call to your wife.
Yes, I remember.
And we have all the recordings, the transcription of the recordings where you were
Yeah.
really careful not to use exact words that, you spoke in code with her and your son. Have you ever apologized to your wife for asking her to take the gun charges?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's one of the first things. Actually, that kind of ruined our relationship. We weren't together for a little while because of that, but absolutely.
Okay, well, it's appropriate, and it's good to hear that you stepped up and did that, because that was about the most egregious part of the police report that I read. It was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You're asking her to take the gun charges. Just to clarify, you got the guns for protection.
Yes.
I'm not sure why you needed 3. Where did you practice shooting and loading and cleaning your weapons?
And that's, I'm not telling, but you know what? Honestly, I've never shot them. My finger doesn't even bend. Like it's been. I cut the tendons over 25 years ago.
Okay, so my point is, sir, that it's absurd to think you can keep yourself safe with a gun you don't even know how to use.
That's true.
Okay.
That's
So
very
we're
true.
going to give us a minute and we're going to, let alone 3, discuss your case. Ms. Chance?
So I think Mr. Thompson has been pretty honest and open. I appreciate the fact that, you know, he expressed himself clearly about where he was, what was going on with him in the community. And during his incarceration, he has completed several programs, currently in the PEP and the Tier 4 program. And talked about the when he does stage 2 in Tier 4, the fact that he wants to do the CCOP program. So I think he's being honest in laying the groundwork for when he is no longer incarcerated, what his ultimate plans are. He has possible job lead with UPS where he previously worked. He connected with the Peace in the Streets program to give back as a way of giving back for the community. So I was glad to hear that. And he did acknowledge, as you know, when you asked him, there were 2 reasons why I thought he had to work on his relationship with his wife. And you just pointed out the second one. The first one was when he used to ask her for money for the pills and she wouldn't give it to him. And he acknowledged having difficulty with his 21-year-old son. So he knows some of the pluses and minuses that he will face when he goes in the community. So I would like to see him finish that PEP and Tier 4 program. And I would be willing to bring him back.
Okay. So we'd want a relapse prevention plan and a release plan. Perhaps he can get letters from these potential employers showing us that they're offering full-time employment. Is that your thinking as well, Ms. Zappos-Sampson?
Yes, so I'm just looking for clarification. We'd be going with a denial based on reasons as opposed to a grant with contingents on completion.
Yeah, because for me, he still has 4 months in this program, and I'd like to see him further that commitment to his recovery with some aftercare and some additional involvement in CCAR. He certainly could benefit from the Voices program as well. So, and we're not hearing a relapse prevention plan yet. So
Right.
I'm thinking September.
Yeah.
Okay. So the current reasons now would be inadequate program completion, nature and circumstance. Anything else you want to?
Do you want to hit on the release plan or do you think it's unnecessary?
Well, we know he's has a sponsor and he's talked about his job leads. So just asking him to get something that's more tangible for the next panel. Okay, so in the matter of Gregory Thompson, there inmate number 238599, there's motion to deny parole at this time for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your convictions and inadequate program completion. We've further moved to rehear you in September of this year with the recommendation that you complete Tier 4, engage fully in CCAR, pursue aftercare and additional positive programming such as fatherhood and Voices. We'd like to hear a solid relapse prevention plan when you come back before the board. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So, Mr. Thompson, we'll see you back here in September. We wish you much success. Keep up the hard work.
Thank you.
Good luck.
This concludes the hearing for Gregory Thompson, 238599. Mr. Thompson, you'll receive all this in writing, okay? Good luck to you. See you September.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, good morning, Mr. Vega. How are you?
Good, and yourself?
Okay, we're about to begin, okay?
Okay.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelling. Today is January 17, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by state their names on the record certified they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information for preparation.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo-Sasu.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Boysie Vega, 369824.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Boysie Vega 369824. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended 30 months, with 4 years probation to follow for criminal possession of a firearm, illegal sale or purchase of a large cap magazine, risk of injury, violation of standing criminal protective order, and 2 counts of violation of protective order. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 14, 2025 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. The offender has an offender accountability plan. A review of the plan shows the offender has completed domestic violence, and he's currently participating in Tier 2, which ends in February 24th, 2025 to date, and remains on the wait list for a job to date. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender overall score for recidivate falls within the high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir. Mr. Vega.
I want to start by saying good morning. It's an honor to stand here before you today. While being incarcerated, I've learned from my mistakes. I've learned a lot about myself whilst sharpening for society. As you said, I've completed domestic violence, where I've learned to identify controlling behavior and picked up points on healthy relationships like communication. and most important, the impact and effect that it has on the kids, mentally and emotionally. I'm currently in tier 2, where I'm learning about addictions and triggers and things that trigger you to use drugs. Upon my release, I plan to work with my old employer and work on goals that I haven't accomplished yet. I need to become a role model for my kids and give them a better, safer life. And by granting me parole, I will not only be able to accomplish my goals sooner, but I'll be able to prove to parole that I'm ready to be released to the community and be with my family and with the tools I've learned. And once again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Vega, for that opening statement. We are going to ask you some questions, and I'll begin. So your charges are really concerning. I think one of the circumstances that makes me most worried are when perpetrators of domestic violence are in possession of firearms. I think that's a really dangerous combination. And then you add in substance use and you get, distorted thinking, poor emotional regulation, and that's when people die. So I'm glad that you've taken the domestic violence program. I'm glad that you're being held accountable for being in illegal possession of firearms. And I'll note that you have 5 years on the deadly weapon offender registry ahead of you when you're back out in the community. And I hope you'll take that obligation very seriously. So this is your 3rd period of incarceration greater than a year, and you have not had any disciplinary issues. So that's very positive, and I want to acknowledge that. And you've taken some programs, and those two go hand in hand. When you get DRs, it keeps you out of programs. So when you do abide by the rules of the facility, then you're afforded opportunities for programming. So you got a sizable sentence of 10 years. So when you go out, you have 6.5 years hanging over your head of these current charges when you're completing your 4 years of probation. So you need to really take your probation seriously and abide by the terms, because you can be brought back and made to serve that 6.5 years that's suspended. You are also afforded a number of breaks for some assaultive behaviors you committed out in the community. You got unconditional discharges for, an assault on a juvenile. So, you've been granted some considerations in this process. Tell me why you had such a hard time abiding by the court's order to keep you from the victim.
That was the mother of my child. And
do you understand the question? Trying to understand.
That was the mother of my child. The first case, it was never really told to me that I had to not live with her because I was living with her. So then the second case, and then obviously behind the backs of the court, we were still in a relationship, a healthy relationship. So one of the cases we were pulled over, and that's why I have a violation of protection order.
So why didn't you do the adult responsible thing and the two of you go to the court and ask for the protective order to be removed?
We did, but the court still wanted to keep it, and I don't know.
And you didn't give a damn?
I'm not saying I didn't give a damn, it's
just like picking up firearms when you're a convicted felon and prohibited from possessing them. So what we're trying to do here today, Mr. Vega, is make a decision about whether you're suitable to finish the 2.5 years you have to serve out in the community, and we have to make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. And, you know, you have been unsuccessful 4 out of the 5 times you've been granted supervision in the community. You score out high for your risk to reoffend, and your criminal history goes back to 2011. So all of this is really concerning because it involves drugs, it involves assaultive behavior, and now it involves guns. So I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to help you today. You know, you're attempting in 2021 to work out the relationship and you punch the victim in the face. So what does a healthy relationship look like, since you mentioned you learned about that?
After that, I've learned to never put my hands on her ever again, and just communicating with her. We have a baby now together. The baby just turned 2 months. Just being able to communicate more and understand each other more.
Well, how about respect?
Respect, of course.
How about trust?
Trust.
How about communication?
That's that as well.
You know, you're an adult. You have a responsibility to control your own emotions. And, you know, where things go south is when you act out on those emotions instead of, you know, making a conscious choice about how to handle your feelings. I think you didn't have to take the domestic violence program to know that you shouldn't put your hands on another person in anger, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. One of the things that stood out for me in reading the documents is that your whole support system is women. And yet you were willing to abuse your partner, and I assume she was pregnant at the time.
No, she wasn't.
So, okay.
She became pregnant after all that.
So, you know, you said you put your hands on her because you were overall angry. What were you angry about?
Angry about the cheating and stuff she was doing behind my back.
So instead of taking your dignity and walking away like a reasonable adult from a relationship in which you've been disrespected and rejected, your decision, and it was a choice, not a mistake, was to assault her. Why?
There's no reason why. It was just a bad decision.
So now you're with somebody that you already don't trust. How's that going to work? Raising a baby together.
That was in the past.
Well, she is the victim of your 2023 domestic violence case. So how's that going to work going forward?
I mean, that wasn't a domestic case. That was just us getting pulled over in the vehicle. There was nothing domestic about the 2023 case. We got pulled over in the same vehicle and I had order protection. So I was incarcerated. Well, I was arrested for that. But it was nothing, it was no police called.
So let's go back to the actual point of the question, which is that you're in a relationship where somebody disrespected the trust between the two of you and was unfaithful. So how have you worked out those issues so that you can be together without violence?
We communicated. We both learned from our mistakes.
What are you learning from tier 2 that's helpful to you?
Triggers of how to identify triggers of when you feel like you're going to use. I'm still not completely done with the program, so I'm still learning new things every day. But what I've learned so far are like triggers, problem solving, identifying certain things that might be a trigger, you know, hanging out with old friends, of course, going to certain, you know, you want to stay away from the bars and nightclubs and stuff like that.
The people, places, and things?
Yes.
Okay, so what are your things?
Things that trigger me. Probably things it'd probably be like more like places and people.
What's the job you plan to return to? The fence company?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been in touch with anybody since you've been incarcerated?
Yes.
Did you ask them to send you a letter saying that they would rehire you?
The letter should have been there. It was faxed over there. This is my first time. I don't know a lot of that.
Officer Shelley, do we have a letter? A letter offering him employment? He said it was faxed over.
No, didn't receive one. Not the, that's good.
So, have you ever taken a program, a fatherhood type program before?
No, I haven't.
I think that'll probably be helpful to you. You know, you've got the two spectrums. You've got infancy and you've got pre-adolescence. So, you know, it's a lot to straddle with children, especially if, you know, you haven't been there in their lives for a while. When you were serving probation back in 2017, did you take a domestic violence program out in the community?
Yes, I did.
What was it called?
It was the REACH program. And I completed it in Bridgeport, Connecticut. I don't remember. I know it was the networking REACH program. That's what it was called. I do not remember.
Would have been the Explorer program or the Evolve program?
Evolve. You're correct. Evolve.
So you're in tier 2 now.
Yes.
When did you start that?
About 3 weeks ago.
So at the end of December.
Yes.
And you finished domestic violence in September. What do you do with your time there in the facility?
I work out. We don't really get too much time out the cell, but I read books. I'm on the list for a job. I've been waiting for a job for the longest, but I guess you can't do a job in a program at the same time.
Not sure that's accurate, sir. You don't have a GED yet.
No.
You did some work on it out in the community at adult ed?
Yes.
Did you ask to go to school there in the facility?
No.
You got all this time. Why wouldn't you make that a priority?
No, I don't know. Just.
All right. Well, I would encourage you, you know, as you raise your daughters, that you value your own education and you put in the effort to get your GED. It's going to be a foundation on which you can build the rest of your life, but you can also show your children that you value an education, and hopefully then they'll value an education for themselves. You know, it takes some effort, but it's definitely worth it. Do you have any life goals, sir?
Absolutely. Would love to own a business and a house and just be successful and be comfortable.
You know, so oftentimes those require taking out loans, and they're going to want to see, you know, strong credit, and they're going to want to see that you have a foundation like an education that means you could pay those loans back. So again, you know, please give some thought to furthering your education. You're only 32.
Yeah, my birthday's actually tomorrow. I'll be 33.
You ever had a birthday in prison?
Yeah.
You know, I sincerely hope for you, sir, that this will be your last period of incarceration. But you really got to take the things that you're learning and make a commitment to changing how you've been out in the community, because it's pretty unacceptable, the things that you've been engaged in and the choices that you've made. So, you know, I hope you want better for yourself. Thank you for talking with me, Mr. Vega. Ms. Zaposasu?
Morning, Mr. Vega.
Good morning.
I do have a couple of questions that I'd like you to give us some detail on. The first is, in one of your interviews, you talked about that you've had anger issues and fighting issues since elementary school. So I'd like you to talk to me about what you learned within the domestic violence program, which I know has an anger component, about your anger.
They taught us things that might trigger your anger, you know, like sweating, ways to walk away from certain situations. What else?
You mentioned the power wheel, and that wasn't something I was familiar with. Can you talk about the power wheel?
The power control wheel, it's more or less like certain things that you do when you're speaking to someone that you might not feel like you're controlling, but in a sense you are controlling in a way. So it just shows you like this, it's like a circle, and basically it shows you, you know, behaviors and how certain gestures could rub off on the next person and show, you know, and then that's, you know, that'll escalate certain situations that could be small into something bigger.
Do you know what made you angry as a child and what's carried forward over the ensuing years that make you angry and engage in some of these behaviors? Was there something that you can identify?
I mean, yeah, there's always triggers. You don't just wake up angry. Some people do. I don't know why. But usually it's something that triggers you, you know, being bullied as a kid, growing up without a father figure, you know, people bully you for that. You just try to stay positive.
Thank you. In terms of the relationship that you're currently in, you're a significant other. She's also the mother of your child, but she's also the victim in this case. what has she done to help herself? Has she done any counseling or has she engaged in any programming in order to come to terms with your relationship?
I believe she did one program. I don't know exactly what it was. It was more or less when the domestic case first started because of the kids being involved. Other than reaching out to any others programs, I do not think she's.
Yeah, so you don't know if she's in counseling?
No, that I know of, no, she's not. It was only when.
Okay. Is there any DCF involvement with your family?
No.
So do you remember when you met with the parole officer to prepare the report that we're reading today? Was that recently?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a couple of things that I'd like to ask you about in that report. In one of them, in one comment that you made, you denied having any substance use issues. Have you thought about that in terms of everything that's happened? Do you think you have a problem, an addiction problem with alcohol or substances?
No, I don't.
So you think if you're adequately able to manage smoking marijuana multiple times a day and that's not affected you at all?
No.
Okay. Did any of these offenses and problems occur while you were under the influence or had been smoking marijuana?
Alcohol, yes, not marijuana, though.
Okay. You had mentioned to one of my colleagues that your gun was for protection, that you felt you needed that for protection. But I guess my question to you is, you're walking around the community or your own neighborhood maybe with a firearm, a 17-round magazine in its well, 16 live rounds, and one chambered. Tell me about what you're protecting yourself from with that amount of weaponry and ammunition in a bag. What's going on?
I mean, I work for a living doing fencing and I make pretty good money. So I buy nice things for myself. And living in Bridgeport, I don't want to become victim to senseless acts of people doing stuff. So yes, I had it for protection, to protect myself.
Do you have a permit, Mr. Vega?
No, I don't.
So I get the protection piece, I get the nice things, but that's kind of a small arsenal in terms of what you had. And it seems to me your idea of protection could also turn into a situation where if you had actually used those weapons and had been engaged in a situation, we might be sitting here having a conversation about totally different charges. I just don't understand, and I don't live there. So I guess I need more from you in terms of, you didn't have a permit, you have all this weaponry. You know, it's concerning that with the guns and the climate that we're currently in, nothing good can come of that. Are there any other strategies that you're going to be able to employ when you're back out in the community to protect yourself without having all of this?
I mean, I guess I'm just gonna have to suck it up and just not have a gun. That's the smarter thing to do. I can't do nothing about it. I'm not gonna break the law again and be driving around with a gun and, you know, that's 6 years on top plus whatever more. I can't keep doing this.
Well, you're legally prohibited from having a weapon because you're going to be on the deadly weapons registry. So there is that. Have you thought about maybe relocating someplace other than Bridgeport with your family?
Yes, but you know, it takes time and money. It's not going to happen overnight.
I understand, but I'd just like to know whether you were considering that as an option, since that apparently is, you know, one of the areas of concern, so to speak, from terms of security. Okay, I guess my last question that I have is, as you said, it's your birthday tomorrow, so happy birthday.
Thank you.
But also in this report, there is a statement that was made that really resonated with me, and it was actually kind of sad. The statement was, Mr. Vega has spent the majority of his life in and out of the system. How does that make you feel now that you have a daughter that was just born, an older daughter, and you have 33 years under your belt, and you spent a majority of it involved with people like us, the courts and the prisons? Is that enough to make you have some thoughts about changing the way things have been going?
Absolutely, yes. It definitely does. It's almost like becoming a stereotype, another statistic where you're just in and out. You know, even though I did have 10 years out there before this incarceration, it still, you know, I still ended up here no matter what.
And I think you should look back at those 10 years, Mr. Vega, and know that you can do it, that you are capable of being successful in the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Chance.
So, Mr. Vega, what keeps going through my mind is that when the Bridgeport police responded to several calls in regard to a domestic dispute, there you were, all these people were there, you were angry, and you had guns and ammunition. Can you imagine why all those people called in to complain because they had a concern? And I heard you tell my colleague that the job you had, you were earning a good income, and you buy nice things for yourself, and you have to protect yourself. That didn't sound right to me. Everyone likes nice things. Can you imagine if all of us who go out and buy nice things get guns? Because who knows where is safer than the other place? Guns are everywhere. So you saying you have to protect your nice clothes doesn't sit well with me. Guns are pretty serious. And you indicated that, you know, there's some anger issue with you. And you completed the DV. And I hope that you take some things from the DV that is going to help you with that anger. So you were asked to identify a high-risk situation for you. And your response was, if you couldn't find a job. So then the next question was, well, how would you deal with the stress and cope with not being able to find a job? You remember what you said?
No, I don't remember.
Your response was, well, I sleep and I eat daily. I don't know what that means. But I do know for you, it's important to have a job that pays well. So if you feel that you can't find a job or something else is going on that brings up your anger, how would you deal with it?
To be honest, finding a job is not difficult for me. The work I do shows for itself, so I have people that always are willing to hire me. How would I deal with not finding a job? I can't say because I've never had that problem.
That was the response you gave to the parole officer when she asked to identify what's a high risk. So what would you think would be a high risk situation for you in the community?
High risk. I mean, not finding a job is high risk because then that's not an issue for me though. I don't know what would be a high risk for me. I don't put myself in certain situations I don't need to be in.
So what about if you get angry? Whether it's at the mother of your child, someone in the community, someone that you have a dispute with.
I mean, I deal with it how I deal with people in here. You just ignore the nonsense. You know, everyone's always going to get angry at something. It's what you do once you get angry. You know?
So that's what I'm asking you.
I mean, I deal with anger pretty well for the most part, other than the domestics, but
isn't that the same?
I mean, because you're asking me the question like if I'm going to just get angry and start punching people in the face. That's not my case.
So what do you do in a domestic dispute?
What do you mean in a domestic dispute? You're going to argue, you're going to communicate, and you know, I know not to do what I did before to come back in here.
Yeah, so that's the thing. You know how to do it, but here you are. And, you know, the concern is that you completed DV, but you're not specifically saying how you're going to address future domestic disputes that you have when you're in the community. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. The most I can do is just walk away. Walk away, little things that you know that are triggering. If you know the situation is escalating, just walk away. That's what they taught us in DV.
So your cousin, who you put for a sponsor, I guess she said she has several handguns, but she has license to carry. Is she the person that you want to be discharged to?
Yes, either there or my mother's house.
And you don't, neither of you have any concerns about the fact that you're going to be on the deadly weapon offender registry. You're not allowed to have or be around guns. And you don't see that as a problem.
I mean, I told her that when they called her, I told her to let them know that, because if I'm not allowed to go there, then I will go to my mother's house. But I told her, yes, let them know that you do have a license to carry and that you have guns in the house. And there's a possibility that I might not be able to parole to her house in that case. So she is aware of that. So I told her to, before anything, let them know that.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
Okay. So, Mr. Vega, just give us a few minutes, please.
Okay.
So I've heard some concerning things today. Starting with no apology from Mr. Vega for the things he was doing out in the community. And I think if we had anybody before us who was drinking 3 to 4 times a day, every day, we would consider them as having a problem. And we know that the residual of marijuana stays in one's system, and it does things like impairs judgment. It sort of zaps energy and makes it hard to achieve goals. But Mr. Vega, with that abuse of marijuana, doesn't believe he has a problem, and that concerns me. He talks about his triggers being people, places, and things, and he got arrested on the gun charge because he drove to a friend's house, got out of the car, walked into the building, and the police pulled up, and he had a gun on him. And if you have to take a gun with you to feel safe going to your friend's house, then maybe the decision should be made not to go to the friend's house. I just want to be clear that, Mr. Vega became a convicted felon in 2011 for a larceny, and he's gone on to commit other felony level crimes. Since 2011, he's been prohibited from possessing firearms and ammunition, and that's both at the state and federal level. So I think that 2.5 years for the things that he was doing out in the community in violation of our laws, the court orders, and the acts of the assaultive acts against other people is really appropriate. And I am not willing to grant Mr. Vega early release to discretionary parole on this sentence. I don't find him suitable. I have deep questions about his decision making. Ms. Zappo-Saxon?
I hope that Ms. Vega takes the time within to participate fully in Tier 2 and concentrate on identifying the triggers associated with this substance abuse.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was going to write that down. Ms. Chance?
I agree with your comments, Ms. Turner. I'm in line with everything that you said.
Okay. So criminal history, nature and circumstance. Inadequate evidence of offender change. Are you good with those? Okay. All right, Mr. Vega, in the matter of Boysie Vega, inmate number 369-824, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, the nature and circumstances of your current offenses, and an inadequate evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. And you will go out, end of sentence, to 4 years of probation, 5 years on the deadly weapon offender registry, and we wish you much success, sir.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Boysie Vega, 369-824. Good luck to you, Mr. Vega.
Let's shut the law house. We have to see. All right, Watson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Watson, how are you?
All right, good afternoon.
To begin, okay?
Yes.
If you have a statement that you've written out, please have it out and ready to go.
I don't have a statement.
And that's fine.
I just wanted to say a couple of things, but I could say it at the end if you don't mind.
We got to go through the process and then you'll have an opportunity to address us. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Parole Officer Smiley. Today's January 17th, and this is a meeting of the Connecticut Boards of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon. If I state their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo-Sasso.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Dwayne Watson, inmate number 301-808.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Dwayne Watson's 301-808. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 4 years and 9 months, with 5 years probation to follow, for 7 counts of violation of protective order, larceny second, and identity theft third. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of April 7th, 2025 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. The offender has an offender accountability plan. A review of the plan shows he has completed domestic violence, embracing fatherhood, tier 2, anger management, and alternative to violence. He remains on the wait list for a job, education, and vocational referrals to date. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender overall score for recidivation falls within the high range. Mr. Watson, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I think I wanted to say just being where I think I should be. Sorry about that. I'm a little nervous. But I should be granted for parole. Number one, I will not break the law again. Number two, I just want to be in the community, helping my kids, going back, doing what I was doing. I was doing helping feed the homeless, and I was doing some good things, but I made some bad decisions out there. And I just want the chance to get back to the community and get my life back together. And
so, Mr. Watson, can I ask you to focus on why you believe you deserve parole? Because what we're hearing from you is why you want to be granted parole, and that's great. But why do you think you're appropriate and you deserve it?
I have changed. I learned from these programs that I have done. And basically I won't offend no more. That's how I feel.
Okay. Well, we've read the documents available to us and prepared questions to ask you. So we'll each take turns doing that, and then we will discuss your case and make our decision this afternoon. Any questions?
No, no questions at all.
All right, so we'll begin questions with my colleague, Ms. Zappo-Sasso.
Good afternoon, Mr. Watson.
Good afternoon.
So I just have to ask, looking at your violations of protective order that started in January of 22, continue on for literally the entire year, May, July, August, December, and then back to January, 2 counts there. So a full year of activity. And then finally, you and the person involved in this protective order finally terminated the protective order in August of 23, several months later. You've had this full circle of adding to your criminal history with this relationship, why didn't you just go back and go to court right on in the beginning? I mean, talk to me about the dynamic here, because I have a full sheet of notes about these 7 protective orders, and there's intoxication, which we're going to talk about. At one point, DCF is involved. You know, there's all kinds of issues here. So can you just talk to me a little bit about what was going on at this point that brought us to this situation, so that we can understand what was happening in your life during this time period?
Yes. So I kept violating protective order. I was the only one working in the household. I felt like, even though it was wrong, me disobeying the court's order, I felt that I was doing something right by, going back to the home. And I was the only one on the lease, but I was going back to the home, and things wasn't working out right with me and her. She had a nasty drug habit that wasn't being addressed. She kept getting fired from jobs. I was providing her things instead of just moving all of my life and going to the courts and getting custody of my son. I just folded, and made poor decisions, and here I am now. And it kept going over and over and over and over again. One of the time, probably two of the times, I used alcohol. Came in the house, my son wasn't being properly taken care of. I reacted in a negative way, and violated protective order as well. I assaulted her. I just made poor choices, and I had the resources to do the right thing, and I just did the wrong thing, and here I am. And
well, thank you for sharing that with us, because I think it helps us understand a little bit about what was happening during this tumultuous period of your life. And I can understand the pressures of that. We've noted in one of the reports that you were paying the rent, trying to keep them housed. You referenced that you were concerned about the care that your son was receiving. But at this point, this relationship has endured. You're still with this woman.
Am I still with her?
Yeah.
Am I still with her?
Yes.
No, my son is with my son. My son is with my sister as we speak now, until I'm out of incarceration, and I can get back on my feet and get him. It was told, I went to DCF court, juvenile matters, and I gave temporary custody to my sister until I get out. The mother abandoned my son, so she never came to court. She never had no visitation since the whole time I've been incarcerated. So they terminated her rights, and I haven't talked to her ever since, in no relationship at all. I try to reach out when DCF asked me to reach out to her to see if she's gonna come to court and basically acknowledge what's going on and how she feels, because they couldn't get in contact with her. I came up empty, so I haven't talked to her since I've been in jail, to be honest with you. So, and my son's right now, he's with my sister until I get back on my feet and get an apartment and stuff like that. My sister get guardianship back to me and stuff like that.
Well, thank you for the clarification, because when it showed that the no contact order was lifted, I assumed it was because there was some type of reconciliation. So she has not addressed her issues as they relate to her suitability as a parent, and that's the DCF piece at this point.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So, but back to one of my original statements, that's a lot to go through to get to that endpoint. And, you know, this history of family violence and non-compliance with the laws, even though I understand why you felt the need to do some of the violations after hearing the story, you know, the pattern is a problem. The non-compliance is a problem. So maybe we should shift to some of the programs that you've taken, Mr. Watson, and you can talk to me about how some of this, now that you've been going through them, how that's affected your thinking. You can pick. Do you want to talk about domestic violence or the fatherhood program, the anger management, violence? What really spoke to you while you were doing these programs?
Well, really all of them did. Domestic violence, how domestic violence, how it works, and how, how domestic violence could be, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be hands-on, how to make good choices. Anger management. Anger management taught me a little bit too, how to meditate, how to stay, you know, walk away from certain situations. Being locked up in this facility right here taught me a lot as well too. I haven't caught any DR tickets because, you know, just walk away, go sit in my cell, meditate, and the programs helped me. You know, tier 2. Even though I don't think I had off 2 hands, I had probably been drunk probably like 9 or 8 times in my life, to be honest with you. But tier 2 taught me a lot about addiction, about how it works and stuff like that. I wanted to be a mentor as well too, because I was learning a lot and going to AA and NA. That's about it. It just, you know, like I opened up a little bit and shared some of my stories with them too. Other than that, the fatherhood program as well too. Me doing that in front of my kid is terrible. Him hearing me argue with the mother is terrible, you know, and I regret that. And that'll never happen again. You know, the kids are affected by it, you know, and him taking him out the house, putting in DCF care, you know, really hurting me, you know, and that's about it.
So how are you dealing with your relationship with your 5-year-old while incarcerated?
Pretty good. When DCF was involved, they just stopped being involved probably like 2.5 months ago. They would bring them up here once a month, and do video visits once a month as well. My sister has them, so she's coming up, you know, she's coming up to visit me, on the 1st with him and stuff like that, to keep him, you know, to keep everything together. It's been pretty good. He has autism as well too. He doesn't speak that much, you know. He's an autistic child. He doesn't speak that much, but it's pretty good. He misses me and stuff like that, and I just feel terrible because what he had went through when he was in foster care. He didn't want to eat, and you know, all because of my actions. I could have did things way different. But that's where we are now.
All right, and who is Vernon Austin?
Vernon Austin is a friend of mine. He owns a construction business. I used to work for him for like 8 years. Really good friend of mine. And I put him down as a, what do you call that, sponsor. But I really want to go to a halfway house first and get my stuff together with there, you know, get the resources I need and parole officer, whatever the case may be, and then get back into the community, get my own place and stuff like that. I want to start like that.
You have a good history of holding down a job, Mr. Watson, between your time at Bizzuto's and then you were also at New Opportunities for about a 4-year run when you were younger. So do you foresee any problems trying to get a job when you're back in the community?
Nah, I'm going to get a job. I'm going to get a job. I'm going to work, stay out of trouble, take care of my kids, be successful in society. I don't think there's no problem with me getting a job at all. That's something I need to do.
Do you have any idea in terms of the anger management piece, where that started with you? Can you pinpoint maybe something in your past where the anger kind of became an issue? And now that you've realized it through programming, can you talk to me about, again, a little bit more specifically about what skills you're going to use in the community to avoid that?
Well, the anger problem I endured, I was adopted. I have been abused as a child. I had some anger issues growing up as a juvenile. I had a lot of juvenile issues. If you guys don't know about it, well, you guys do know about it, because I had a little record. I learned from that, but I still have that anger in me. And what just walking away and me just walking away and taking a deep breath and know if I take that route, what could happen, it'll leave me back in jail. A lot of situations I could have just walked away from, and I just didn't, you know. That's about it. I don't know what else to say. I won't do this. I won't do it again. I tell you that. It's not hard to just walk away. And that's about it. That's about it.
So I'm glad to hear you say that. And I think a halfway house is a very good option for you. But a release plan is more than just where you're going to go once you leave the facility. There's other components and pieces of it that are important. So you told me that you want to go to a halfway house so that you could get yourself together. You know the role of a parole officer because you've had one before, and you understand that they're there to help you. But yes. I want to just make sure that you know that. What other programs in the community do you think, as you transition out, when that happens, that you think you're going to need in order to be successful for you and your son? Are there any other programs?
Any other programs? I don't know at this point. I just want them. I just want you guys to help. Well, my parole officer was just to help me, just to maintain, just to be out there. I don't know at this point. I don't know. I don't have the answer for that one right there. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. There's no right or wrong answers here. We just want to make sure that as we evaluate your suitability, that you have the tools in place and understand the resources available to you to be succcessable.
I know you guys are here to help. I'm not going to reoffend. And I'm going to use the resources that I can to do so.
So I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, Mr. Watson, but I will just say to you that I think some of the other questions that you're going to continue to hear is what those high-risk situations are, and the fact that you've said in your interview that you don't think you need to do any programs in the community. We also know, because we have your medical records, and we don't really talk about that on the record because this is a live meeting, but we have them. And I would just end my comments with saying that there's also medication management tools that I think you should take advantage of as well. And that you need to think about your release plan in terms of a toolbox and all the tools that are available to you. Some days you might need some tools other than others, depending on what you're working on or what you're building, but you always have this toolbox. And I think that I need you to keep talking to us about how you envision this release so that we understand that you know how to use those tools. So okay. I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you. Ms. Chance.
So that's kind of where I was going, you know, in terms of not having a concrete release plan and seeing that that would be a helpful tool for Mr. Watson. You know, you indicated you don't have any problems with drugs and alcohol, but it's obvious that you were using marijuana right up to the day of your incarceration. And so it's important for you to understand the problems that you have and how you're going to address them when you go back in the community. You have, you know, breach of peace, disorderly conduct, assault charges, unlawful restraint, illegal operating of a motor vehicle under suspension. Do you have a driver's license?
It's actually suspended at this point.
Right. So there are a lot of pieces that you need to put together in order to know how you're going to live a crime-free lifestyle. And as you said, this has been going on for quite some time. Okay. You know, you're 38 now, but it's been going on for half of your life or more than half of your life. So I would like to see you do a really good relapse prevention plan and release plan. And I like the idea that you mentioned going to a halfway house. Is it because you think it would provide a little bit more structure for you?
It'll provide a little bit more structure, and I can get the programs and the help that I need to be successful. That's why I chose the halfway house.
Okay. So, do you think that you need to continue participating in programs when you go in the community?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And so it would be substance abuse and, whatever mental health you deem is appropriate for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so is the only support you have this person who you had given as a sponsor? Is that the only support you have?
I have my sister, I have my uncles, I have a big family. I have my uncle that lives in Waterbury. He's an alderman. I have a big family, so I have a lot of support. To be honest with you, a lot of support.
How many children do you have?
I have 3 altogether. I have a 19-year-old, a 17-year-old, and a 5-year-old.
Are they all with the same mother?
No, they're not.
How do you get along with the mothers?
One of the mothers I don't really talk to. The other one I have a restraining order out. It's a restraining criminal standing restraining order. So we don't protective order. So we really don't talk like that.
Do you talk with the mother of the 5-year-old?
I haven't.
He explained that she's abandoned the situation.
Okay, she's the one. Okay.
Yeah. So
So you don't have any relationship with any of these mothers?
No, ma'am.
And that's okay with you?
I do want to talk, but I especially with the
Your
5-year-old.
older children, do you communicate with them?
Yes, I call them. Yes, they text me and stuff like that. I talk to them. I talk to them probably every other day or every day sometime.
Okay, well, thank you. I don't have any further questions for that.
So, Mr. Watson, we have records that indicate that back in 2012, you started receiving SSDI. Were you still receiving that before you came into the facility?
No.
Okay. When did that stop?
That stopped in 2000 and I want to say 17 or something like that.
Okay.
And they told me basically get a job, and they just cut me off of benefits and told me to get a job. And so that's why I was working part-time when I had that as well too. But they cut me off, so.
Okay. Do you intend to reapply?
No. I intend to work, and
if you were to be granted today, we would want you to have a mental health evaluation and engage in treatment as they recommend. Are you open to that?
yes, and that's what I was going to say next. Do a evaluation. I want to do an evaluation on the outside, and
Okay. Great. All right, because you have to take care of yourself before you can take care of anybody else.
Absolutely.
And you've got addiction issues, you've got mental health issues, you've got criminal justice system issues. So I appreciate your saying, and I know that you're trying to be sincere about the fact that you're not going to break the law again, as you said in your opening statement. But you've struggled quite a bit since 2004. That was your first domestic violence related conviction, a criminal trespass. And the document that we have, the pre-sentence investigation, I've never seen anything like it. It details 17 different arrests that were for family violence. So, one of the things that concerns me is in 2011, you completed the Evolve program.
Yes.
That's stage 2. Initially, people take the Explore program, and when the problems persist with intimate partner violence, then you get put in the Evolve program, which is twice as long and meets twice as frequently. So you completed that in 2011, and I can't even begin to count the number subsequent to that of your arrests that were family violence. So it concerns me that you took the Premier program, the deepest dive into looking at why you would make choices to be abusive and violent towards your partner, and you persisted with that behavior. You got to be careful when you punch somebody in the face, especially depending on the size and the health of that person. You could kill them. And you're obviously a very strong and healthy man. So your punch probably carries a lot of impact. You have been afforded 13 opportunities at supervision in the community, and you've only been successful one time. And these are all things that we look at in terms of, making our decision today, because the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior.
Yes.
And you have one hell of a record. It's concerning. And I want to say, this is not, you have more than one victim in your history. Hence the protective order through the year 2099 with one of your son's mothers. So we haven't even touched on the larceny too and the identity theft. There were 15 counts of you falsely using the victim's credit card. You were, I assume, a trusted employee of this siding company?
Yes.
Pardon?
Yes.
And you violated the sanctity of these people's homes by going in. I mean, a siding job is exterior, so you didn't even have any business being in their house.
We were actually doing their bathroom, and when I violated them, and I do apologize to them.
I'm glad that we're getting to an apology, because there hasn't been one up to this point. Yeah, I mean, you got caught because you pawned it and it was all on camera. So, really concerning choices that you were making out in the community. And that was the year that you say you stopped receiving SSDI. People lose things that are irreplaceable when you make the choice. I'm surprised you didn't get burglary for that. So you apologize. Is there something that you might want to say to the victims in that case, and even the mother of your youngest child?
I just apologize to the people that I took their credit cards from. I actually said it in court as well too. And to the mother of my child, I really do. I'm sorry for the actions I have done. And I'm just the choices that I made was just ridiculous. It was ridiculous. You're absolutely right. There was no call for any of this. And that's all I got to say.
So, Mr. Watson, we're talking about it because accountability as a measure of change is important, because when you feel remorse and you regret choices that you made to violate the law, to violate the sanctity of people's homes, to abuse your child's mother in front of your child, when you really regret these things, then hopefully it informs choices that you make after this. Because, it should weigh on you. This is a very significant criminal history, and a lot of harm has been done.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I think that concludes the questions that we have for you.
I have one follow-up.
Go right ahead.
Mr. Watson, I have a follow-up question, just for my clarity. Have you ever been released to a halfway house before?
No.
Okay. Can you maybe tell me just a little bit about your thought process and why you think that that's going to work for you this time, in a little bit more detail than you did before?
Well, I have been to AIC I don't know if that's like a halfway house. They just get you prepared for, you know, being on your own, like getting a job, getting the resources that you need for yourself and to be good in society. I feel like it helps you. It just, you know, it helps you, like you have a counselor or whatnot. There's rules, obviously there's rules. And that's why I picked that, so I can get the help that I need, you know, but.
Okay, so I just want to be clear that you're picking this knowing that you will be going into a halfway house, if you're granted that, with a set of halfway house rules and people overseeing those rules. And on top of that, you're going to have a parole officer who's going to be looking at you for all kinds of, you know, things in addition to the halfway house rules. And you are going to embrace that. That's what you're looking for as appropriate resources to get you on the right path.
Yes.
Okay. And the previous time that you were successful in the community, what did that look like? Was that with AIC?
Yes, it was with AIC. Yes, absolutely.
Sure. All right, so we're going to discuss. Please give us just a few minutes and don't interrupt, okay?
Good.
All right, so we'll begin with you, Ms. Zappa-Sasso.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Watson presented today. He's 38 years old. He is serving 10 years executed, suspended after 4 years and 9 months for the violations of a protective order and then the larceny and the identity theft. He does score as a high risk to recidivate, and he has not been successful on the majority of his previous periods of community supervision. This was an interesting file to read as well. There is a lot of moving pieces here, and I think that I found that Mr. Watson was reflective and talked about the relevant programs that he was able to take, and frankly, a pretty short period of time because his sentence started on August 8th. He has done domestic violence. He's taken the fatherhood program, tier 2, anger, alternatives to violence. He is, you know, when pressed for additional details, he has told us that he does have community support in terms of a very big family. His sister has stepped up and taken on the role of raising his child, his son who has some significant needs himself. For someone who has had anger markedly through his criminal history in his life, he has shown some great responsibility during this period of incarceration, and he has not incurred any disciplinary reports. He has defined a halfway house as the preferred structure that he would need to be successful if released in order to plan for a successful reintegration and to get the programs that he needs. Today, I think that with 18 months left approximately through his end of sentence from his time of eligibility, plus the 5 years of probation that is also going to be there, in addition to the years that he has hanging over his head with the sentence, I think I've gotten to a point that I may be comfortable with granting him with several conditions to see if he could, in fact, be successful in the community.
Thank you. That was quite detailed. I just want to say that the records that I'm looking at have his end of sentence is May of 2027.
Right.
So that we're looking at more than 2 years, like 27 months of supervision.
Okay.
I come at this from the perspective of supporting Mr. Watson in turning things around. And now that he has some tools, as were described, and some insight to work with, I think the higher level of parole supervision as he transitions is his best bet at success, as long as he embraces the supervision as in his best interests and another person on his team supporting him being successful. It'll be worth it. I think what we have is concerning, especially given some of the programming in the past. But we'll keep future focused and try to help Mr. Watson the best way possible with a approximately 2-year period of discretionary parole. Ms. Chance?
I agree with what both of you said. There's nothing more that I add.
Okay, well, you could help us with the conditions. So I have halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment, no alcohol, domestic violence, no contact with victim, initials CJ, and that was it.
I checked off no driving without parole permission because I think he referenced a license issue.
Yes.
Yes, no driving without you.
Because that's not part of the instant offenses, and he does have the condition that he obey all laws.
Okay.
I'd prefer to leave that one off for now. Okay, so Mr. Watson, here we go. In the matter of Dwayne Watson, inmate number 301808, there is a motion to grant parole on or after your earliest eligibility date of April 7th, 2025, with the following conditions for your supervision. You are not to consume any alcohol. You're to be placed in a halfway house. You're to have a mental health evaluation and engage in treatment as deemed necessary. You're to take behavior management for domestic violence, and you're not to have any contact with the victim, initials CJ. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Well, I'm glad you voted too. You don't get a vote, sir.
Sorry about that.
Well, we wish you much success, Mr. Watson. Keep your notes down and do the hard work. Work with your parole officer. They're there to help you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Now,
Can I ask you a question? The halfway houses, the halfway house.
1 second, let the parole officer wrap up the hearing.
this concludes the hearing for Dwayne Watson 301-808 and concludes the hearing for today at 1:10 p.m. Go ahead with your question.
I wanted to know if the 2 halfway houses I picked for when I interviewed with Miss Smiley, I wanted to know if y'all can just I don't want to be placed in my my town, Waterbury. I picked New Haven first as a halfway house. If that's okay, if you guys could just put New Haven and that's it, so I can go to somewhere other than Waterbury, my halfway house.
Yeah, New Haven was his first choice.
So, no,
Yes.
whatever. Well, Mr. Watson, you proposed a sponsor and I spoke to that individual this morning. So you're saying now you don't want to sponsor to that individual, you want residential now?
Yeah, halfway house. Yes.
Just to clear for the record.
The Parole and Community Services will be meeting with you and you can share that information with them and they'll look to identify a bed for you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Good luck to you. You will receive this in writing.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
Okay.
All right. Hello. How's everybody doing today? My apologies for